nos AirPods.
Senhores, não é o álbum. Evita andar na frente de pessoa. Onde é empurrado? O senhor não é o álbum.
Fernando, não cortaste numa parte, né? Porque eu vou estar a olhar aqui.
O record.
Não poder funcionar. Nem se ligo lá à frente. Isso não vai, não poder funcionar.
Está a separar aqui são coisas que se disse, já faz uns 30, 50, 20 segundos.
Sim, não sei.
Nada, não cortaste a segunda parte. Não cortaste alguma coisa.
Passou de guto.
Mas quando fores a gravar lá, tens que reduzir a luz. E também acho que vão ligar luz de gelo.
Não vamos fazer isso.
Então tens que, quando estiver o foco nele, tens que dar um zoom e aumentar a luz. Quando voltares para a tela, tens que reduzir a luz.
Não coordenação das coisas. Tem.
O teacher parece que é garçom. Acompanha isso. Garçom, se for falar português, sabe o que é garçom? Nós vamos ouvir tudo falando português.
Temos 2 cameramans. Não está bem para fazer isso.
Aumenta um pouco o cuidado. Está a parecer tipo aquela coisa de filmes indianos. Aumenta a luz.
É que você está no Go Live agora. É por isso que ele está mesmo.
Não, aqui não é assim. Lá em
Ok.
Aumentar ou diminuir?
Estava já fazendo.
Ou diminuir depois aumentar.
Ok, tá bom. Não muda. Já, essa luz está boa.
Não tem problema. As fontes devem ser apanhadas. Atenção. Está chamando de pessoas que foram
Mas o senhor, ao descer também, cuidado, escutar esse tripés aí.
E olhar isso. Porque se jogar tripé, vamos olhar tudo, se pararmos de olhar.
Por isso tens que parar, não vai sentar.
Não. O senhor não manda em mim. Motiva isso. Ele pode chegar uma
The conference will start in 5 minutes. For those who haven't yet signed or collect their lunch vouchers, please proceed to the lobby to complete this test. And please silence your electronic devices before we begin. Thanks for your cooperation.
Nós somos a equipa mais contestada.
It's clear, the sound. Now, because they're not talking, only use the earphone.
Yes, it's clear.
Aquela menina que disse que vai sair.
O que passou agora? Está demorando.
Mas é normal. Para a pessoa que não está aqui a assistir, não vai saber que isso saiu há muito tempo.
Mesmo na borda, são assim. Mas só por falar uma coisa agora.
Não, mas aquele é diferente. É diferente.
Só que aquela câmera é rápida.
Aquele só está a fazer uns 3 segundos.
Ela tem. Só que é um bocadinho assim.
Sim, estamos a dizer isso, que aquelas como são máquinas babies.
Nem temos que fazer depois.
Agora só tem 3 segundos. É que nessa live de agora do repórter, quando falamos com os outros, mano, com o forma já levantar muito peito. Peito só mamas. Está a sentir alguns perfumes com álcool, como desse perfume com álcool. Sei lá, para mamas cada.
Sente então. Está a ser gravado. Tira foto. Não, você está conseguindo daqui a pouco.
Você tem um trabalho, vai ser qual?
The conference will start in 2 minutes. Please silence your electronic devices before we begin. Thanks for your cooperation.
Fica naquele canto, para ninguém estar a pensar que vai falar com ele. Fica nesse canto, fica naquele canto. Tira foto. Qual é o que vamos contar? Temos bateria.
Não, é melhor estar lá. Eu ia sair. Eu tenho que sair. Vou ter que deixar essa cena. Vou andar para ver essa coisa. Está a ser 14. A senhora é cameraman, bro. Você que tem experiência.
Já comecei. Não passou nada.
Vai se manter.
Mas também não entra em cima. E aqui eu não posso levantar de qualquer
We will explain how will we use the bell now. We will, when it's 2 minutes left and when time's up, okay?
Não precisa de compasso. Coloca aí. Mas vamos deixar cair. Ah, sim, não tem que ser.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, welcome to the 7th Miami Smart International Forum for Mathematical Sciences. This year's event is especially great. In addition to exhibition showcasing the medical highlights of 6 city hospitals in the whole outside, there will also be a charity in the Central Avenue from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. today, with all proceeds being donated to the City Foundation. We encourage everyone to visit the participating during the coffee break and lunchtime. Next, we are honored to invite the esteemed president of City University, Dr. Li Liu, to deliver the opening speech.
Good morning, our distinguished guest speakers from all over the world, and the president of the organizing committee, Professor Zhang, and the director of our PhD program, Professor Cai, our colleagues and students. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to meet all of you here again. The Tzu Chi and the Academia Sinica Biomedical Forum has been held for 7 years. This is the 7th conference. Every year we get together, talk about science and collaboration, how to raise next generation scientists together. For the past several years, we have many rare interaction with Mahidol University, with expertise in the niche. And this year we also invite speakers from Korea, KAIST Institute. So I hope during the break and after conference, we really can think about what we can do together. The world has become smaller and smaller. The boundaries has been disappeared. So science should not have border. Tzu Chi, as you may know, Tzu Chi Charity Foundation, and now we have all 4 missions: charity, medicine, education, and humanistic mission, including Da'ai TV channel. So our guest, if you turn to the channel 9 in your hotel, you can see Da'ai TV that's affiliated to Tzu Chi. Okay, and we also have media, magazine, and publisher. Okay, the 4 missions are all funded by our founder, Dharma Master Cheng Yen, a Buddhist nun. She founded Tzu Chi Foundation almost 60 years ago. So next year will be 60th anniversary of Tzu Chi. And Tzu Chi University is founded in order to cultivate medical doctors and nursing human powers for our medical centers. And starting from the medical centers next to our campus, the Tzu Chi Medical Centers, now we have 8 hospitals around Taiwan. So one in Hualien, another big one in Taipei, Qingdian, and there's a big one in Dalian and Taichung, the middle part of Taiwan, and several regional hospitals. So the features of our education is to solve the real problem in bedside and in the disaster regions. So we hope by talking to each other, we can identify the important and significant problems together and provide real solution. Okay. Recently, so Tzu Chi's education not only emphasized on professional training, but also emphasized on compassion, mindful cultivation. So for example, the earthquake happened last year and earlier this year in Tainan and in Hualien. Last year in Hualien, but this year there's a big earthquake in Tainan. And also the wildfire happened in LA. So we all have colleagues and students go to help the victims and help to recover the community. Okay. So today, actually from the 3rd of March to the 9th of March is the week for Tzu Chi Medical Forum. So in addition to the conference, you can also find many exhibition, poster, mini symposiums in the campus. There are all medical doctors invited from our 8 hospitals to share their experience and talking about collaboration together. Okay. So, and today from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. there is also a fair. So you can find some exhibition and Zaka products or foods sold for raising the fund to help the victims in LA and in Tainan. So please go ahead and enjoy the Tzu Chi culture. Okay. We invited several promising
President Liu for the opening speech. Then we would like to invite President Liu to serve as moderator for the next session.
Okay, I'm very happy to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Dae-Soo Kim. Professor Kim currently is the faculty of Department of Cognitive Brain Science in Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. He's also the Dean of the College of Life Science and Bioengineering, TAPE. Okay. So Howard, you have to exchange your card with Professor Kim. And also, he is in charge of the KAI's Wong Gene Cell Therapy Center. Professor Kim received his master's degree in genetics and neuroscience from Pohang University of Science and Technology in Korea. He also pursued his PhD degree in genetics and neuroscience in the same university. Pohang University 呢是韩国的一个钢铁公司所创立的大学短短的 in a very short period of time, Pohang University has achieved a great achievement and ranked very high in the World University ranking. Okay. So from the development of Professor Kim's professorship is very smooth from 2021 to now. He promoted to professor and then also taking responsibility for several very important institute and research centers in his in KAIST. Professor Kim has published numerous high impact and very important articles, including several in Neuro, Nature, and Science, and Nature Neuroscience. So I think I'm thinking this is a great example that Korea raised scientists can be so influential internationally. Okay, so I hope our Taiwanese young scientists should set up, should be ambitious, okay, to face challenges and then collaborate globally. Professor Kim also received many awards and honors, including the KAI Fusion Research Award from KAIST, and also he's a top 10 outstanding researchers in KAIST, and also received the Social DNA Award from the IFORUN. Professor Kim is not only doing excellent in research work, but he is also very good at teaching. So he also received the Best Teaching Award in 2008. I believe you are still assistant or associate professor at that time, right? So, and until tenure professor, he also again receives the Best Teaching Award in his department. So let's welcome Professor Kim. Looking forward to his talk.
Thank you for you, and thank you, organizing committee, for inviting me into this honorable conference. So whenever actually I visit Tsuchi University 3 times. Yeah. So whenever I visit here, I feel comfortable. Yeah, I can meet good people, good professors, and good students, and also good dog. Yeah, yeah. I think the Tsuchi University is the only university allowing dog the living yeah, I think about where is my position in the universe. Okay, so today, President Liu asked me to talk about the AI science, but I'm not AI expert, but I'm AI user. So as a user, I would like to introduce about how I can use AI in my researches. To begin with, let me remind you about the relevance of James Webb Space Telescope. This telescope is outside of Earth. That means this telescope can receive a lot of high resolution the data from the universe. Right? So, for example, this kind of a galaxy it come from really far from the Earth. So 138 the light year provide a very important messages, information regarding the age of the universe. But in contrast to astronomy, highly utilizing telescope, in life science we are using microscope. So Raven who first developed microscope and they examined the cell, the basic component of our body, basic functional unit of living things. And then a lot of Nobel Prizes awarded for the development of the high resolution the microscope, like electron microscope and X-ray crystallography and fluorescence microscope and etc. So now we have really good the high resolution microscope. But what is the problem? So what we have been doing is that kind of reductionist approaches. So you know, the concept of life is increasing from molecule, cell, and tissue in organs. So the characteristic of life is that added as developing from molecule to organism. But the problem of life science is that we are adopting the reductionist approaches using high resolution microscopic approaches. But if you going down the cell and molecule, the important characteristic of a living thing disappearing. That is a problem. So what we have to do next is that the telescopic approaches toward the multivariable complex phenomena of life science. Yeah, that is the important message of my talk. So, so that is my lifelong question: how to understand the complexity of life. Actually, definition of life is really difficult because you know there is a huge complexity behind the life and living. So I think that biological phenomena are really complex and multivariable because there is an environmental complexity. So living organism and human highly interact with a complex environment. And also time-dependent changes. So 1 year before I get old, and then many organisms show the physiological changes according to time as time passes by, and also the complex physiological dynamic. So to understand the biological phenomena, what we have been doing is scaling down approaches. Eventually, we want to make a conclusion, only one variable is different, and we compare the control group and experimentally treated groups. And finally, we make a decision bidirectionally, increase or decrease. There's no difference, right? So using statistical analysis. But the problem is that this kind of scale-down approaches has an important limitation. For example, if you consider 2 factors or 3 factors, so you have to do a lot of experiments. Almost impossible for PhD students. For example, Survey ANOVA, if you want to make one the bar graph, you have to do a lot of experiments like this. For example, in the case of animal experiment, the 80 animals should be sacrificed to make a one graphic bar. Yeah, this is crazy. So we always do the 1A ANWA. That means just comparing two the groups. I believe that through this kind of the scaling down approaches, we are unable to understand the whole picture of lifestyle. So the reason why we are doing complex experiment is that experiment meaning is just scaling down. So eventually we got the binary result, increase or decrease. So we make a conclusion whether two groups is different to one. But what is the merit of AI? I think that AI is a James Webb telescope for life and death. A very amazing tool. Because using AI, we can calculate and we can measure multivariable data or multivariable complex biological phenomena. How this is possible? So let's take a look at the basic unit of the artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence basic unit is mimicking the neurons. So this is a neuron soma. This is output. This is dendrite. This is axon terminal. So dendrite receive a lot of information. That means neuron can calculate many different variables. So in a similar way, the artificial neuron, computational neuron also can receive a lot of input. So if we make this kind of neural networks, we can process a lot of information. Let me show you some examples. I obtained this data from Korea Marriage Matching Company. This is not my data. You can see if you evaluate your future partner, wife or husband, you can see there is a huge difference between man or the woman. For example, the appearance, how much attractive. The man has only 2 grades, good or bad. Yeah, 2 grades. But in the case of woman, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 grades. Right? But in the case of the job is really important to make a man attractive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And in the case of woman, 1, 2, 3. They are quite different to each other. And also you have to consider your friend's idea, your cousin's idea, your parent's idea. There are many different variables regarding the partner's age, job, look, and asset, anything. But AI beautifully process this kind of information. So there are many kinds of factors to determine your partner for marriages. And also you can get opinion from relatives, friends, and you and parents. So this is a layered structure. This is a multivariable. So eventually, anyway, AI give output, final output. So you can consider the AI's decision, right? So what AI can do well is the first one, is supervised learning. If you teach AI which one is dog, which one is cat, eventually they can identify this is cat, this is dog, like this. And another thing is unsupervised learning. They cluster AI can be utilized in behavioral neuroscience. So, recently many research groups are developing their own AI for behavioral analysis. So, as your behavioral researchers, I also making the AI software for behavioral analysis. This is a conventional behavioral analysis. A mouse is pressing lever to get reward from the outside, this hole. This is a conventional reinforcement learning. So what we haven't done is that the animal behavior is really complex, right? They're rolling around and then sniffing and pressing lever and many kinds of things. But we just measure pressing, number of pressing, because number of pressing is proportional to the degree of learning, right? And judging is that the plus and minus, comparing control group and treated groups, they just plus and minus. And evaluation and validation is done by statistical ownership. But during this kind of scale down approaches, we are meeting a lot of relevant data. Yeah. So for behavioral neuroscience, we are utilizing many different kinds of behavioral paradigms to restrict the animal behavior within this kind of ways. But in the AI-based method, we don't need this kind of complex behavioral paradigm. We just measure the animal behavior and then get information and make a decision. So how this is possible? So I want to talk about my researches. So most of them are preliminary research. So I would like to get your advice and we can collaborate in future. So my idea is that the brain receiving a lot of the input from environment and then different physiological state and then disease state and also aging. So brain has many different areas. They are responding differently to this kind of multivariable stimuli. However, brain integrated all these kind of the input and eventually make a behavior. So my idea is that if you precisely analyze the output behavior, especially in terms of motion sequences, then you can get important information regarding the current brain state and somehow future brain state. So, okay, QR code for my laboratory. So we have developed the avatar system, obligation of AI vision for action translation and reconstruction. So conventional method is that the analyzing the video data itself. But video data is really huge and really difficult to handle. So I make this kind of a virtual action the value. So we call this is the action skeleton. The reconstructed from the 9 body points. The forelimbs and nose and ear and anus and head and something like that. And then if you compare the real video image and action skeletons, they are really highly correlated to each other. But the difference is that action skeleton data size is really small. Even you can handle it in your notebook using Excel file. Yeah, very easy to handle. But still, if you measure all these kind of the action skeleton complexity, really huge. Right? But I believe that we need to make this kind of the small size data first to understand the complex behavior. But anyway, to worry about it, if you use your avatar system, you can automatically transform video data into 9 body point action skeleton data. So the principle is simple. So we use 5 camera with different directions. So we make 4D, 3D the location data actually you can reconstruct this data like this. So this is video images, and then you obtain the video image from 5 different the action area, and you can calculate the absolute location of one body point, like this. Right? And then you can analyze this instead of the huge video data. Okay. So this avatar system, based on the 9 classes of skeleton, and then visualizing 3D coordination, and this data is very small. So there is a reason why the high speed real-time processing is possible. And we utilize this kind of avatar data in sequence classification and closed loop stimulation. So this is the typical avatar data. This is real video data. This is avatar data. So the merit of this is that you can precisely calculate the every value, the degree between the limb and limb coordination speed like this. So this is real-time data. In other software, it takes time to process this to make this kind of data. Maybe more than 2 hours. But using avatar system, you can visualize the motion sequences in real time. So resolution is 10 milliseconds. So higher enough to analyze complex data. And also you can visualize the action sequences like this. So this circle is all possible the combination, and then this line is sequences. So through this kind of way, you can visualize the motion sequences. And then this is virtual mind, so you can manipulate the any kind of purpose. This is accumulated data. This is one fixed in one body position like this. So many kind of the data density possible you can imagine. So this is the video file, user-friendly window. We make this kind of window system. So you can changing viewpoint, for example. So like this, so you can change viewpoint. Okay? You can rotate viewpoint like this. So very useful tool. So we can share this kind of avatar system. And so the mouse behavior looks random. If you watch the mouse, they show really competitive, like sleeping, roaming, and then walking, and something like that. But we can classify each the human annotated behavior like this, through using action sequences like this. And also, you can annotate the specific action sequences. So different action sequences means action cluster means different behavior. So for example, attention, attack, bite, consume. So this is cricket. This is mouse. So avatar system can analyze the 2 mice together, or 1 mice and cricket together. So any kind of combination is possible. So using avatar system, we try to replace the human scoring system. This mice shows the multiple sclerosis. So in human counting, you have to identify the severity of multiple sclerosis, the 6 degrees, from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is average of the severity degrees. So you have to measure for example, 100 mice every day for to score the disease severity for 3 months. Really painful job. Yeah. So this is Hanmi pharmaceutical company, really big pharmaceutical company in Korea. They hire the scientists 6 scientists to measure this kind of experiment, but 3 go out from it. Stop this. I don't want to do this kind of tedious job. But instead of human, we analyze this complex data using AI. So the dot is AI scoring. The line is the human scoring. You see, quite similar to each other. So average error between the human and the AI is 1.69, 96%, quite similar to each other. And we examine the which one is different. Okay, but human did mistake. AI do not mistake. So as time passed by, the human mistake increasing, but AI there is no mistake. So through this kind of experiment, we showed that the AI can beautifully replace the human scoring system. And also, you can identify the amount of the each actions using kind of diagram automatically. So this is really interesting. The beyond the supervised learning, the unsupervised action clustering is possible. So this kind of clustering is performed by AI. Human is not involved in. So real-time clustering is also possible. And then using this kind of real-time action clustering, you can identify which one is Alzheimer's disease model mice and which one is control mice. But you know, to identify the Alzheimer's mice, you have to do a lot of experiments, air conditioning, and spatial learning, and it takes at least a week. But AI identify which one is Alzheimer's, which one is control mice in real time, almost in real time. So within 5 years, the AI nicely discriminates which one is Alzheimer's mice, which one is control mice. So even before the early stage of Alzheimer's disease. So quite interesting. So you don't need to isolate the brain to identify the degree of Alzheimer's disease. You can measure the action output to measure the severity of Alzheimer's disease the occurs inside the brain. So another example is that we compare the control mice and this model of dystonia. You can see action sequence is quite different to each other. So let's take a look. This is the wild type. This is dystonia mice, and then we screen the drugs using this kind of a model. So eventually, kind of drugs shows that the attenuate dystonia-like behavior. So this is a cluster, dystonia mice cluster. This is the normal mice is yellow, and then antibody drugs shift this kind of cluster to a normal level. So this data shows that you can the drug effect. So using the action AI-based action analysis. This is a Parkinson model mice. The Parkinson disease is result from the degeneration of the dopamine neuron. So if you kill dopamine neuron in mice, you can make a PD model. And also you can introduce Parkinson disease mutation to mice, resulting in the Parkinson-like the action, the abnormality. So you can precisely measure the difference between the wild-type mice and mutant mice. So that means you can develop drugs and identify drug effect in mouse model of Parkinson's disease. Okay, so automatically in unsupervised learning, the AI isolated the PD group specific action sequences and normal group specific action sequences. You can compare the action sequences. So another important data. So I show you this data 1 year before. This is a Parkinson's monkey. right? So before drug treatment. So Parkinson monkey shows really slow movement like this. And then muscle rigidity. And then they are not using hand in eating pellet. But after treating our drug, the anti-3, the antisense oligonucleotide drugs, you see the all Parkinson's disease symptom is gone. Right? Using AI, you can quantify this kind of the drug effect. So before drug treatment, you can see this is action cluster. So after drug treatment, the amount of action cluster is increased. The 11, almost to 11-fold. So you can nicely quantify the drug effect in animal model using AI system. You can also do closed loop control. So if you the order to otherwise try to stimulate the specific brain circuit whenever mice show some specific behavior. So this is really tedious job. Whenever mouse is learning, you need to give a light stimuli. Really tedious job. So you can automatically perform this kind of stimulation using AI. So this is live open state. So this is a reinforcement learning to strengthen the learning behavior. So you can see compared to control groups, in the photostimulating group shows more frequent learning. So this is data. Live open state. So avatar system can measure this kind of thing. Right on stages. Anyway, the mice shows the frequent learning behavior. So last part is that we also using generative AI for behavioral analysis, like a ChatGPT or BERT. So I believe that in this nature has a language component. That is the reason why we can measure using numerical or language like structures. So if this nature has a language component and constructed by, supported by language like laws, you can identify that kind of principle using large language model. Okay. So in the conventional usage of large language model is like this: the question answering, the language inference, and sentimental analysis, and named entity recognition, as you can do it using ChatGPT. But we apply a large language model in behavioral analysis and predicting the disease susceptibility. So let me show you so. So the large language model perform the attention shift. So I'm a professor, for example. They calculate probability of the word sequences, right? And then they predict the word sequences. There is a mechanism. In similar vein, a large language model can identify the motion syllable, action syllable, and make this kind of the sequence data, so like languages. And we compare two groups of mice. So this is a stress model. So this is a aggressive mouse. This is experimental mouse. But if you put mouse in the aggressive mouse, they give attack, right? And then two mice are isolated by the separate chamber. So these mice have to watch the aggressive mice more than 10 hours. If you repeat these sequences 10 times, mice get depressed. For example, this is a student, this is a professor. So professor, give punishment to a student. You need to get more better data, for example. After that, you have to, student to watch a professor more than 10 hours. If you repeat 10 times, the students get depressed. But interesting thing is that the half of mice still show normal behavior. Only half of mice show depressed behavior, like this is social avoidance, right? Not approaching to the mouse. The social avoidance, social depression occurs in 50% of mice. So we call this kind of normal behavior mouse is a resilient mouse, and then this kind of mice are showing social avoidance is susceptible mice. So our students perform very raise a very important question. That kind of susceptibility to stress, when evolve this kind of stress susceptibility? Before getting stressed or after getting stressed, right? So it is well known that before getting stressed, inbred mouse show same behavior, no difference. But if you give us stress like this, that kind of stress mice divided into two groups, the resilient mice and susceptible. So mice should raise a question, when stress susceptibility may begin. So my students analyze the motion of mice before getting stressed. And then they compare results. How much AI can predict the result of stress susceptibility. And they utilize the, we call this kind of experiment is back to the future experiment. So this is supervised learning. So now these mice are the normal mice before getting stressed. But after giving social stress, we already know the future result. And then we cluster them, the two group of mice based on future result, right? Then we examine whether these mice can discriminate the future susceptible mice and future result. So the result is quite surprising. Yeah, they precisely are separating the future resilient and future susceptible mice, like this. So this is 100%, but there is a contaminated data due to overfitting. So, but if you can read that kind of overfitting effect, almost 80% prediction is possible before getting stressed. So I'm quite impressed by this data because we don't need to do experiments. Before experiment, everything is determined. Yeah. So anyway, this kind of new approaches will be popular in AI-based lifestyle study. So anyway, and then because this is a large language model, we can ask them, why you made this kind of decision? What is the difference between type and susceptible and resilient mouse? Yeah, they give an answer like this. Okay, this kind of action sequence is different. In the susceptible mice, this kind of action sequence is higher in the susceptible mice compared to resilient mice. And then this kind of behavior is higher in resilient mice. So what is the difference? Very small difference, very tiny difference. So whenever their movements, susceptible mice slightly the avoidance behavior. The resilient mice give a move forward a little more. Yeah, quite different differences. The human unable to identify, but AI can do. Anyway, so we also using the attention model. We developed the Meta program. So Meta program also identify hidden body position. So you know, these mice you are unable to see the body point, but you can expect that where body point is located. There is a brain function. So according up to 70%, we can predict the hidden body point. And another thing is that the MyData system, the 3D made the particular. So using AI interface, you can modulate the animal behavior. This is waypoint designated by AI. Might be used to this kind of AI. possible because whenever mice to show some action sequences, we give the light stimulus to some specific brain area, like medial preoptic area. So anyway, so using brain interface, you can ameliorate, reduce the depression phenotype like this. So actually, if you give a shock, the electrical shock in the red chambers, the mouse avoid to approach to red chambers. But using this kind of Maillard system, you can see the approaching is increased again. But that means the depression phenotype is decreased. Yeah. And also we are collaborating with the human. We try to apply this kind of thing, technology to human biomedical engineering. We are collaborating with the KAIST professors. So it is the exoskeleton, helping the people unable to walk. So very interesting. Okay, so this exoskeleton is approaching to the patient. Slow. So if the patients are ready and to sleep, this exoskeleton already learned the action pattern of the patient through the deep learning. And then this patient can be raising this patient can walk. Anyway, this is one example. We can utilize the AI. So last thing is that we are the Formosa Group 21 president support some money for collaborating between the Taiwan scientists and Korea scientists. So I think we invite you for this kind of collaboration. Now we have funding, so we can talk more.
Thank you, Professor Kim, for the wonderful and very insightful, inspiring talk. So I believe there are questions, many questions from the audience. So can we take one or two? Any questions? Yeah, and please. Microphone. So we probably can have an AI detect from the audience who want to raise their hands for questions.
Thank you, Professor Kim, for your wonderful talk. I'm interested on the part of AD because I'm doing the research about Alzheimer's disease. So my question is, you said the AI can predict which one is wild-type mice or which one is the Alzheimer's mice, right? Basically, when in the AD research, we will use like a behavior test to test like whether that mice have a memory problem or not. I wonder like this AI, they use with parameter to say this is the AD mice or this is the wild-type mice. And the second, it can predict in like an early stage of AD mouse model or like have to wait until like quite severe and then
Right, there's a reason why we need collaboration. Right? You can compare the digital progression and motion sequence together. Then now you make a decision based on behavioral examination. You can imagine the digital progression in the brain. For example, how much cells are dying, okay, and how much amyloid beta is accumulated. So many kind of information can be analyzed using AI, but we need to perform the initial experiment, control the experiment, to teach the AI. Right? Yeah, that is a really important thing. But currently, I'm not interested in AD, Alzheimer's disease study. So if you're interested in, just adopt this kind of system, and then you can publish data. Yeah, I will not do the AD because it takes a lot of time, and we are focusing on now Parkinson's.
Yes. Because I think your your program is based on the movement more than like a case about the memory.
Right. So you can compare the degree of memory and the motion sequence together. Then AI can predict the amount of the cognitive the degree of cognitive ability based on motion sequence. Simple rationale. You can apply this kind of rationale to any kind of a field. The immune ability and metabolic state and many kind of things is possible.
Thank you. Yeah, so it just depends on the data and content that we feed in to train the AI, right? And then we can get more results or applications we want. Okay. Yeah, I agree.
Thank you, Professor, for the insightful talk. I have about 3 questions. So my first question is...
One by one.
Okay. So I am interested, my work is based on movement analysis and Parkinson's disease model. So if we want to ask the question or solve the problem of the progressive, the survival rate in the Parkinson's disease model, because most of the transgenic mice, they tend to die within a short time, and this affects the scalability of the experiments. So among these AI tools, which one can predict for us? Can it predict the survival rate of these transgenic models, and so how can we use this AI method to solve this problem?
Right, so that is a really important question. So but I don't know which kind of model is good for that kind of prediction. But anyway, you can do you can utilize many different AI, and then you can measure how much precisely predict that kind of result. That is currently our students are doing. But in some case, the large language model is better. Some case potential model is better. Some case many different case by case different. But you can do that. You can prove it which model is good for your experiment.
Okay, thank you, Professor. The second one is.
Excuse me, but we are a bit behind our schedule.
Okay, so you can talk more during break.
Right, during the break or during the lunch, right? Okay, very exciting work. I believe AI application in experiment will save a lot of our time, right? But AI is like a kid, right? So we need to raise a kid, not just expect him to become a super power scientist quickly. Okay, thank you again for Professor Kim's wonderful talk.
Thanks, Dr. Kim, for the remarkable presentation. Next, we would like to invite Dr. Cai Chenzhong from the Department of Medicine at Tzu Chi University, Dr. Huang Shenyao from Tzu Chi Hospital in Hualien, and Dr. Xie Dongchen from the Institute of Medical Science at Tzu Chi University to serve as moderators for the upcoming session.
Hi, good morning. Let's move on to the next section with three distinguished speakers. The first, I would like to introduce the Professor Ruhi Prabha. Her expertise is in AI and biomedical engineering. She will give us a great talk about how to apply AI learning platform and develop a tool for the rehab games. Please, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Banrasi Ruhi Prabha from Mahidol University, Thailand. And a little bit stressful because I have to talk after Professor Kim, who won the best teaching award. So don't expect about my talk good as him. Okay. But anyway, I would like to talk about my research. It's about AI Kaizen. This is an AI learning platform, and this is seems like an education tool. But I also apply to medical application, like to rehabilitation games for the patients. I talk about my research a little bit. I'm director of lab Artificial Intelligence in Medicine, and in our lab we build a robot for elderly people, for autistic children, and we call that Hawkinian robots. And this robot basically can have a games, and the elder people play the games for cognitive function activities. And the second project is the rehabilitation system. We build a system that the elder people or stroke patients can run the system and play the games. And in that game, we have short-term memory games, calculator games, so the games that are designed for cognitive function stimulation. And I also developed the computer-aided diagnosis. So we built web-based program for detecting the tumor and for running a 3D reconstruction. And the last one is that I show is the application in the mobile phone for managing diabetes. So those projects, our labs try to develop and apply to the real patients, real users, or even focus on how do we implement in the real world application. And the one that I will talk is about the AI Kaizen. AI Kaizen, you basically can access to the website aikaizen.in.th. Right now, it has been used by around 800 schools and universities. Also, we have users around 40,000 users registered for using the platform. So what is AI Kaizen? We built this system because we found that right now we are in the AI disruptive era. So everything's changed very quickly. Even me, I'm really not sure about I still have job in the future, whether the AI take my job. But thinking like that, I'm very worried about my kids, my students in this period, how they survive competing with the AI. So the thing is that every country, I think even every country try to promote digital skills, AI skills to the children. But if you learning AI, you see that a lot of mathematics, a lot of computer coding, seems too very hard for beginners. And that's why I think this is the things that we should think about how to learn AI effectively. So that's why I started designing the platform for making learning in AI fun, fast, and friendly. So this is the videos that shows how AI Kaizen can do. So basically, you can access in even like in your mobile phone, tablet, for going into the website. We have several tools for learning. For example, this one is like learning to create the AI, tracking the face and then control the virtual robot. So we call this as the creative AI. We also develop image processing tools. So if you would like to do like image segmentation, you just like bring only some blocks, you can like do segmentation very simple. We also design tools for learning data analytics. So in data analytics, it's a lot of mathematics, but you see immediately once you change the parameter, what that parameter affects to your classification. And also, the blocks programming can convert into the text programming. So you can mapping or generate the code very quickly. So you jump the user to start learning very quickly. And we apply like the training to several schools, and we join the government program to promote in around 800 schools. And this is the student who developed the algorithm. And this one, we interface with the microcontroller. So we can like develop the proof of concept model very quickly, like they can control the model with the platform. So right now, that is the tools for just like quick videos for showing the function in AI Taigen. Right now, we interface with several microcontrollers like Microbit, Arduino, ESP32, and Sense, Kitbrite, Manis. So it means that a user can develop proof of concept very quickly. And I will show you. I use it teaching. AI Taigen has been used teaching not only in the schools but also in the university. Like I teach image processing in master degree, master student, and that one I teach in the Sirat Hospital, a medical student. And in that class, this is the project that the student develop. They can do like medical cues detection. So you just take image, and then they train or develop their own AI models based on the data, and can classify the pill, like a capsule or the white pill. And this one, I train to the medical staff in the vaccine hospital, like you upskill AI literacy in that hospital. And you see the pre-test score. On average, at the beginning, before training, they get a score 4.8 from 10. But after training, the knowledge is up to like 8.9, which is very good in like knowledge improvement. And also, I have been tried in several schools, and AI Taigen is a tool for training AI technology, image processing, data analytics, and STEM education. And it's suited for beginners who want to learn AI technology. It can be used for creating a proof of concept, for example, like a smart farming system. And also, this is the robot tracking. So we can like develop the code in the platform and convert to the microcontroller and run it automatically. And this code is very simple. You can run it or develop it within like less than, I think, 15 minutes. You can do that. And so that is the education part that I try to promote and develop. But I think that it's not only for educational area. So I try to merge what I did before about rehabilitation system. So I develop rehabilitation games, and this is the idea. So the user or the doctors can train the movement activities, and then they can use that model at home for the patient to practice or exercising and playing the games that we provide in the platform. So everyone or any patient can practice at home as much as they want with fun. So the idea have been test or get some feedback from physical therapist at Ramat Hospital. So she trained her own models and played the game, like the dinosaur jumping. And this is like a second class, like we have to do ducking. And the blue one for jumping, this is for her training. So we can like flexible enough to allow the user to train their own gesture to detect and classify and merge with the game. And this is another try. She used like hand finger to like showing like 1, 2, 3. This is the model also available in the platform, but you can also train a new model, like a new gesture, and then use that gesture for controlling the game. Like this is the rehabilitation games. Okay. Yeah, and hopefully within this year we try to like record the results in the practicing in the hospital. And this is internship student from NCKU. He comes to do an internship within 1 month in my lab. So in our platform, we allow integrating with the Unity game platform. So the student can develop games and integrate with the AI technology in my platform. And this is the game that he built within 1 month. So he trained like a graphing activities. Okay, anyway, maybe some problem with the video. This is another project that I did for Ramat Hospital. We built a robot, we built a software for tracking progress in rehabilitation for dysphagia patient. In dysphagia patient, right now when the doctors have to measure the progression in rehabilitation, they use the ruler, like we call goniometer. And that ruler comes with the human errors, even like the doctors trained to use it. But different doctors may get different measurement. So we developed a tools for using that use computer vision to track the mouse movement, neck movement, and tongue extrusion. And this is one of the program that the student from NCKU, another internship student, developed in my lab, like here. This is what she tried to do, remix from the software that we built for Ramat Hospital. She tried to learn how to measure the mouse movement activities, and she stayed with me for around 2 months for doing this project. Okay. I show this project because I try to develop the same thing with AI Tigen, but very simple. I can measure the mouse movement and use it for controlling the game with very only few blocks. Okay, and you can like exercise how the mouth opening at home for the dysphagia patient. So this AI Tigen platform, hopefully this year we will expand to the more in the medical application, not only in the rehabilitation and education area. Okay. And also we use it for exercising, like this kit. Okay. the kids learn coding with the movement. So we can use it for exercising at home, just only having a camera and a computer, or even like using a mobile phone. They can play doing exercise at home. And of course, we are looking for the collaboration. So who would like to use the AI agent or in teaching or in training or even in clinics, so feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. My son always begs my wife and his mom for more time for the game, for playing game. So I know this is a very big issue and important topic. Any question from the floor? Okay, please.
Thank you for your Professor talk. Yes, but I have some curious. Yes, because for your because for the professor the aim, right? Professor is want to do some the rehabilitation exercise by use the AI with the game, right? But if we want to do the rehabilitation exercise, we want to have the specific aim to do that. Yes, so I'm not sure that it's meant to be on the AI or not, or we just only create one game for that. It's necessary to apply AI or not. Yes, because after that, because if you want to do specific exercise, right? If we combine with the AI, internet will really have a difficulty. Yes, but if we only create that game for that exercise, it will be better or not.
So actually for the game design in the rehabilitation, in general, it actually depends on what you would like to do in rehabilitation. Like you would like to stimulate the cognitive function or hand-eye coordinations or like movement only, right? So it actually depends on the game's design. So like I showed you at the beginning that I designed the games for the stroke patient, would like to stimulate the cognitive function. And that game may be just only short-term memory, show some photos and then gone, and let them choose which one A or B. That is the photo that's shown before. And then we can use that game for cognitive function stimulation. But not only designing the game, but if we imagine that, okay, it's pretty boring playing, sitting with the computer playing that game. If we can make them move to like choosing the game with this gesture, so we gain not only cognitive functions, but we also gain the exercising too. So I think the way to design is actually depends on the purpose that you would like to do for the patient. But for me, I think we try to create the tools that allow the user flexible enough to design the gesture by themselves. For example, you would like to practice graphing. You can use AI to train. Very quickly, really short times, like within 10 minutes, you get the model. And that patient can go at home and practice at home. For the other patient, they may want to practice like this gesture. They train again with this model and they practice at home. That is very flexible. So if you are the doctors or physical therapists, you have to decide first which gesture suits for them. And then you create a model. That too, I say that is very simple for beginners. So that's why I think, for my opinion, I think it would be useful for everyone for exercising or creating the personalized training. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go to the second section. I'm Dr. Shen-Yao Huang, and I'm a radiation oncologist. And today it's my honor to introduce Dr. Chen Nak. He's currently Associate Professor and Vice Director, Research Office Head of Department of Environment Health and Faculty of Public Health at University of Medicine and Pharmacy at Ho Chi Minh City. which is also he graduated from. And then Dr. Chen Nakdong went to University of Tsukuba to get his master and PhD degree. After that, he came back to University of Medicine and Pharmacy at Ho Chi Minh City and became an academic. His publications were mainly focused on applying data analysis to public health science. Today, he is going to give us a talk about using some signal processing and deep learning skills to deal with EEG and ECG data and trying to figure out the differences of signals between obstructive sleep apnea and central sleep apnea. Let's welcome.
Thank you for your nice introduction. Good morning, dear distinguished professor, guests, and PhD students. So it's my privilege to be here in front of you in a beautiful Kuala City. So before the trip, I asked my AI chatbot. I asked what the famous about Kuala, and what it said. It said that there are two things. First is the nature, and the second is Tzu Chi Foundation. So I am the nature lover, and I have to say from now on, I will also the lover of Tzu Chi Foundation. How wonderful to see spirit start from 60 years ago, and this continuous growth have saved many lives and have influenced on many people all over the world. So I take this opportunity. I want to wish our conference as well as the Tzu Chi Foundation continued growth in many years. And by the way, I'm from the University of Medicine and Pharmacy at Ho City. And today I'm going to share with you a story about how our group using AI to have early diagnosis of sleep disorder. I want to start the presentation by asking you one question. So do you or you know somebody who sleep and have loud snore and feel tired in the morning? If not the case, please raise your hand. Yeah. Okay. Some people here, about 20 people. And actually, I have one friend. He just married. And after 3 months of the marriage, I come to his house. And I visit him, and I discover that now he sleeps in a separate room with his wife. So I'm so surprised. I asked him, hey, why? What happened to you? Do you have any kidney problem so I can help? Or I think Professor Fei know the meaning of kidney problem. But then he said no, because he had problem with snoring. He sleep and snore loudly, and his wife cannot stand anymore, and she decided to move another room. And then he had the diagnosis as the sleep apnea, and get the treatment and get better. And now he can stay same room. That's very good for him. So actually, sleep apnea happen more frequent than you think. It depends on the age, but like in Vietnam, it estimates about 10% of the population have the sleep apnea problem. And what is sleep apnea and hypopnea? So by definition, sleep apnea is defined as the stop of the airflow for at least a second. And the sleep apnea have two major forms. The obstructive sleep apnea, so-called the OSA, and the central sleep apnea, so-called the CSA. And hypopnea is a less severe form of the OSA. It's also the obstruction of the airflow, but at least 30%, and it associated with the oxygen desaturation. So from this figure, you can understand what is the difference between the three events. But this is normal breathing, right? And the airflow is going through very easy. For the hypopnea, the airflow have the obstruction partially, and at least 30%. And for the apnea, it's completely obstruction of the airway. And from the clinical point of view, it's very important for us to distinguish the three events because the cause of the three events is different and the treatment also different. For example, for the OSA, the cause of the OSA is due to the airway blockage, due to the relaxed throat muscle, tongue, or the soft palate. On the other hand, the CSA caused by the brain failed to send the breathing signal, and therefore leading to the loss in the respiration. And that for the treatment, also using use CPAP, the continuous positive air pressure, and surgery if needed. If the problem related to muscle or the soft palate, it might require some surgery. However, for the CSA, the treatment more focused on the underlying cause related to cardiovascular or brain disease. So very important that we need to distinguish the three events. However, so far in the research literature, very few, distinguish the three events. They just distinguish two options, apnea or not apnea. And also they usually using single signal model to detect these events. Very few use a multimodal signal to detect these three events. And this sleep apnea have a significant burden on and usually is ignored health issue. For example, there are many research approved that the patient with the OSA will increase the risk for hypertension, for stroke, and for the heart failure, as well as for the acute coronary syndrome. And for the CSA patients, they have to suffer a lot of symptoms, and it significantly diminish the quality of their life. First of all, they will have the severe fatigue, they have the daytime sleepiness, cognitive impairment, depression, memory deficits, and so on and so forth. And they also likely increase the risk for the heart failure related to the readmission within 6 months, as well as the risk for mortality rate. And for the diagnosis system, so far there are two main systems to diagnose this problem, sleep apnea. First, we can use the so-called in-lab BSG, the polysomnography. And this is considered the gold standard to diagnosis the sleep apnea. It's very comprehensive analysis because it collects various neurological signals. It consists about 16 to 12 channels to collect the signal. The signal like the EEG, the ECG, the SpO2, the airflow, and so on and so forth. Many signals. And one of the disadvantages of this method is you need to conduct in the hospital or in the specialized setting. And it's also very expensive, so that it's very difficult to do for all people who have symptoms. On the other hand, another system is a home sleep test. It is usually a portable device, and it performed in non-specialist setting. People can in home keep the environment very nature, so patient will very feel comfortable for their sleep. And however, it has some disadvantage because the channel is not as much as compared to the BSG in lab, and also it can have some risk for the test failure. So here in the picture of the patient who do the BSG in lab in hospital, you see a lot of sensor, a lot of extra things, very discomfortable, and the data is very complicated. It needs some people who have to observe on this process. On the other hand, home sleep testing, we consider more and more applied in the clinical setting. So it's a portable device. It can measure some channel, and it's no hospital as recently required. It's very cost effective, ready, available data, require fewer signal channel. And then it's come to the question for our study. So how AI can help to distinguish the OSA, the CSA, the hypopnea using the BHG data from the home sleep testing device. And we do this project with two research aims. The first one, we want to develop an effective AI model for distinguish these sleep events. And we compare using the two strategies. First, we use the machine learning plus with the wireless transform to compare with the deep learning. Because you know that the deep learning is quite advanced and it costs a lot of computer power. On the other hand, these traditional methods may be less power needed for the computer. So we want to see the classical strategy and the advanced strategy, which one is better. And then the second aim is to evaluate the classification performance when using the single signal versus the multimodal signal combination. And here the data collection. This is our device, the NOx. And this is the interface of the software of the device, named the NOx2Mo software interface. And then have a lot of signal, and the device can have to label the event, and then the medical doctor will then confirm the event. And collect the data of about 200 people aged from 51 average, 55 women and 146 men. The body mass index 26.8, and the apnea-hypopnea index is 33.8. You have to know that this index reflects the severities of the sleep apnea. Above 30, meaning very severe form. So most of the patients in our data are the severe form of sleep apnea. And we extract signal, the two signal, ECG and EEG. For EEG, we have two channels, C3M2 and C4M1, which is the most famous channel of the EEG. And we sample at the 200 Hz frequency. And then we annotation by the device and confirmed by the doctor for every second of the data. And here the algorithm architecture, this has 5 steps. The first we do pre-processing and the data augmentation, something like that. And then we do the feature extractions, and then come to the feature selections, the model building, and then the classification task. For detail, you can look at this figure. Sorry, it is a little bit technical, but I try, make it as much as simple as possible. So first, we put the signal, EEG and ECG signal, to the pre-processing stage. So then we divide the data into 30 seconds window. And for the data imbalance, we use the techniques of the SMART to enhance the balance of the data. And then we come to the feature extractions, or we do the wireless transform. There are many kinds of wireless transform. But then we choose the two important transform, which is the discrete wireless transform and the wireless packets decomposition. And also we do the continuous wireless transform, the 3. And then for these two wireless transform, we put to the feature selection using the so-called the neighborhood component analysis to reduce the number of features to put into the model for the training. And then we put the machine learning training. And for the CWT wireless transform, we put into the deep learning model. And then we compare the efficacies of these two strategies using three classification and two classification. That is the overall of our algorithm. And a little bit more detail for you to understand what these terminology about. For the SMOT, so far, there are two main, there are many ways for enhance the balance of data. And SMOT is considered the most recent and advanced methods. So basically, it will choose 10 data points around the original data. And then it will make a line connection between the data point and the original data. And they will choose the data point that on the line nearest to the original data point. And it represents continuously until they have the number of data is point balanced. For example, in this our data, the number of you can see CSA very small, where the normal is very high. So after use small test, and the number of the data now is quite balanced across the categories. And then here the real BSC data. So you can see this is the event OSA, CSA, or hypopnea. And this is airflow. You can see by the normal eye, right? In the OSA event, the airflow is complete obstruction. The CSA similar of complete obstruction, but the hypopnea there is still some airflow here. And for the thorax, meaning the abdominal movement, you can see for OSA is have movement. They still try to do respiration. But for the CSA, they know thorax movement. The hypopnea is similar to the OSA. And then come to the ECG. If by the normal eyes, we couldn't distinguish what is different between ECG in these three events. Therefore, we need to do so-called the transformation, the weightless transformation, to make this signal into subfrequent signal, so that the AI machine learning model can learn more and better, understand better. So here is the weightless transform. We use WVT and WVT. Maybe you just need to know the keyword, and then you can Google later. It's very cost time to explain the detail. But by the way, for a simple understanding, we use the discrete wireless transform for the EEG signal, because the EEG signal by nature, the brain wave have 5 frequency level, beta, theta, alpha, right? And then we use DWT. We decompose the original signal into 5 sub-frequency band, and this corresponding to the EEG brain wave. And similarly, we use WBD to transform the ECG signal. And then for feature selections, it's basically a component analysis. We review the dimension of the feature. So original, after extraction, we have 150 feature for the EEG and 310 for ECG, and then we review come to 45 and 20 respectively. And finally, we use the assembler box 3 for the model building. And here result. So in the 3 classifications, both in the REM and non-REM stage, the ECG only signal show a highest accuracies, and this also compatible with the combined ECG and EEG. And then for the two class classification, which means we distinguish OSA and CSA and OSA with harmonia. The two signal, the combined signal, EEG, ECG, so the outperform compared to the single signal model. And we achieve very high accuracies, more than 97% of the accuracy. Compared to other research in all over the world so far, our model show a little bit better compared to other model using single signal or even using combined signal. And this is the bonus slide. Just 1 minute. We do the transform the ECG into spectrum, and we put into the deep learning. And very interesting that we found that the deep learning is not outperformed compared to the machine learning approach. Meaning we can, deep learning is very very time consumed, and it's not outperformed. So maybe in the future we think we can use the traditional method with the machine learning to put in the wearable device for the home-based sleep testing. This is the take-home method. The two signal is better for one signal. The AI is a faster, cheaper, and more accurate way to distinguish them. And the DBT model is also good as the deep learning model, the take-home method. And with that, I want to close my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks for Professor Dong's nice presentation. So we open for questions.
Okay, thank you so for a very nice presentation. Also because I like sleep. Okay, so you're developing polysomnography, right? So you are using AI driven to be merged with PSG, or because you also mentioned that it can be done in home testing. Well, so far I know that home testing is not including PSG. It's only for like other parameters than the EEG, right? So my question would be, so can we use this for home testing as well? And then where did you put the, how you merge the AI drive driven to the tools that can be used at home? So like home testing or something.
Yeah, thank you for your question. For the first question, yes, we can use this for home testing, because actually our data is from the home testing device, the Nox A1 in home testing device, but it has very quite good qualities compared to of the standard EEG in hospital. Okay, it just have less the channel than in the hospital, but the quality is still good. And our data is from home testing device, so I can say you can apply it to the home testing device. And the second one, actually our result is favor for apply in the future for the testing home device, because we prove that the machine learning is better or equal to the deep learning. The deep learning requires a lot of time, for training models. Like 12 hours, for the machine learning only 12 minutes. So in the future, when we integrate the machine learning plus with the wireless transform into the portable device, it's kind of like a real-time detection the event. So it's very, I think in the future, the trend will be the home testing device with AI integration into the device.
Thank you, it's so promising. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, so due to the time limit, I have to close this section. And on behalf of Tsinghua University, I'd like to send it very
Congratulations and take care. Thank you.
It's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Titipa Achakuvisu. Dr. Titipa Achakuvisu is a lecturer in the Department of Biomedical Engineering, Mahidol University. He also an academic advisor in industry. The topic he presented today is about a novel score construction model utilizing Canvas-based deep learning method. Okay, let's welcome Dr. Achakuvisu.
Thank you so much for. All right, that works. Thank you so much for having me. So today I will talk about CRANEX, which is the automatic skull reconstruction with skull categorization. So my name is Titipat. I'm the lecturer at the Department of Biomedical Engineering at Mahidol University. So what we are doing is we are trying to do the AI-based models to generate the implants for use cases. So basically, in each year in Thailand, right, there are roughly more than 10,000 cases that of people that need the that have skull dimension require implants. So basically, we collaborate with the companies that are this company called Medically. They are startup that are doing the 3D implants to print the titanium implants and then implement to the patient. So the normal process, right? The normal process takes around a week to design. Basically, you have to design and then you have to discuss with the doctors before designing an implant. So it typically takes a lot of time to do that. So basically, we try to fasten the process using the AI-based model that generate these implants, and then we iterate the process faster. Basically, the doctors can see the implant, and we can do the 3D printing more quickly. So we try to minimize the time from a week to a day of printing. So yeah, so now we have the model running at hospital at in-house Medically. Also the Thailand Health Insurance also now provided these 3D printing, so the people from any areas can apply for these printing. So we now print around 1,000 implants using these AI-based models. Yeah. So yeah, the overall process of the printing is pretty common. So you basically take the CT scans of the skull, then you do the 3D reconstructions. Basically, we just try to predict where is the missing part of the skull, and if we can predict those implants, we can print the titanium and then do the implants. So yeah, basically in this talk we will only focus on the modeling side. Basically, try to see which model works better for these cases. So you can imagine that there are models that work quite well. So we can take the defective skull and then map to the healthy skull, right? And then if we subtract the healthy skull to the defective skull, you can have the implants that you can print. So the models are varies. For example, principal component analysis, deep learning based model, and then point cloud completions. So just to mention, we are not the first one to do the implant these implant models. There are challenges that Nikkei released before in 2020 and 2021. So these are the challenge that they have synthetic data. They release it called SkullFix and SkullBreak. So they do these implants, but they remove the skull part by hand. So these are synthetic. You can see they are really clean, removing of these defective areas. So yeah, the winner used 3D unit CNN to predict the healthy skull and then remove the healthy to the defective area to get the implants. So as I mentioned, these are the winning models but yeah, you can see like there are models that I mentioned before, like principal component analysis. You can imagine that like you can map the healthy skull in like some spaces, right? Then if you map the defective skulls back to the healthy skulls, you can have like the healthy skull mapping. Then you can like subtract the healthy skull to the defective skull. Or if you do like a more complex model, right? You can do like a more nonlinear model, for example, like autoencoder ways. You can think about like a 3D unit as an autoencoders. You can map like, the defective skull to the healthy skull and then you predict. Or you can even do like a more complex one by doing point cloud completion, right? Like, so you can imagine like mapping these skulls to the point cloud, and then you try to like map these like defective areas to like the healthy skull. So but like the point cloud is like takes a little bit more time because you need to change the like voxel spaces to point cloud, and then you can map back. Yeah. So like this sometimes takes a little bit more time. So we think that like as the winner in like 2021, right? They used the 3D unit CNN. We could apply some more like kind of like recent development of the CNN. For example, like the CompNext, right? The CompNext used like a larger kernel size, and they have like lesser parameters to perform on like voxel spaces. So yeah, with like these larger voxels, we think that we can like do better autoencoders to generate the skulls. And yeah, like we see like a lot of development, for example, like 3D attention units that perform kind of like better, right? So we try to like combine like these attention units and CompNet to make like our new models. So yeah, we try to enhance like both all accuracy, efficiency, and robustness of like skull generations. And also we, as I mentioned, like we already implemented to like hundreds of cases or 1,000 cases of like skulls. So we try to also implement to see like the real use cases in the real patients, clinical data, to see like how it works. So that's what we do. So yeah, we in the pipeline that we do, we have like the skull brain data, which is the open data, synthetic data. So we try to map our in-house data back to the skull brain data. So there are some dimension differences. So we have to like resample, resize, and then do some foreground cropping, so that like these in-house data can be mapped to like the original data. And then yeah, we do some augmentations of the data, and then like do some model training. So there are like a lot of details like in this task, but yeah, we try to apply like the data we have to the synthetic data. So there are some differences, as you can see, like VOR, like volume occupancy rate, so like the rate of like defective area. You can see that in skull rate they're 0.09, so like 9% of like the missing area. But in real cases, there are some cases that have like a lot of like missing areas, up to like 18% average of like missing areas. So you can imagine like this is a harder task, right, in the real clinical use cases. So yeah, the model that we propose, as I mentioned, like we apply like convolutional next pipeline. So we tweak it a little bit to work on 3D, and then we apply to like the 3D voxel spaces for units. We custom like these steps of units a little bit in order to predict the healthy skulls. So like we are having like normal like stage ratio and like new convolutional blocks for doing like this. And yeah, again, like in the evaluation, there are multiple evaluations that you can do, including like false positive, like the extended prediction if they have, and mainly like we focus on die-score and Hausdorff. So die-score is like basically the overlapping between the predicted skull to the ground truth, and then the Hausdorff distance, which is like the distance between maximum distance in millimeters, right, between the prediction and the ground truth. So yeah, and then there are other things that we also do add, for example, like surface Hausdorff. So yeah, there are some of these areas. So yeah, We tried our models on the Scalbrain dataset only, and we see that the DICE-score kind of improved quite a bit from the baseline models. So we see like some gains, but like you could see like parameter size, right? Like so in 3D units, the size of the models like tends to be like really large, like to like 260 million parameters. We could like reduce the size of the models to like 40 million parameters, like make the prediction really fast. And the DICE-score also improved. House law also improved. Basically, the predictions like align better with the ground truth data. So now like we see that QuaneX is doing well on the open data. We try to apply our models to the both clinical data and Scalbrain data. So we could see that like when we combine the training between like the data, open data with the clinical data, and then we train on both, we see that the DICE-score improved by quite a bit to like 72%. So you see that like when we predict the output, healthy scales, right? Like it aligns, right? So aligns much better to the predictions. Yeah. And then yeah, we could see like DICE-score and then surface house law also decreased quite a bit. So yeah, and lastly, we also apply some scale categorization features before we put into the model. So we like classify the scale based on the anatomical structure of the skull. So we use that as a features also, and then we put it into the models. So we put in a little bit of like DICE-score, as you can see here. So yeah, so these are some results. Like we do some like statistical tests between like the performance of the models, and we could see like the data that we have, like kind of like say that we are actually like improved on the previous models. So this is some output of the models. You can see like the levels are in the middle columns, and these are the prediction of the models. So you can see that even though like the output is not that smooth compared to the levels, you can see some shapes of the prediction quite well. So these are some samples that actual sample from like the clinical cases that we try to predict, right? So you can imagine now like these models are now in the application. So when the doctor submit the CT scans, right, like we will visualize these out, and then with the implant also. So the doctor can say like which places that they want to put the screws, and then we could do the printing within like a day. So yeah, there are some analysis that we try to do. I just skipped it quickly, but yeah, we try to like measure like false positive implants. We try to see like what the missing part of the implant that we missed, and there are like still cases that we miss. So like we measure like complete, like if the prediction is complete. So there are hard cases that the implant are complete, but like there are some cases that we are still missing some parts, right? So we need some human annotation a little bit more before we do the printing. Like we measure like that the model can predict with no false positive, so like this like no excess area of the printing, and then like the shape should be good, and then like we need to have like a smooth transition, right? Some of the prediction sometimes like it's not smooth, so we still see like a lot of cases in the test set that that's not smooth. So like there are still like a lot of things to improve, but yeah, these are kind of like the prediction like qualitative analysis that we can do further, right, from the DICE-score. And lastly, like this is kind of like cases that we see that the others have not reported. This is the cases of like clinical variability of the skull test set. So in real cases, right, there are like a lot of cases, for example, like they are non-breakthrough cases. So sometimes people have like their previous implants, and when they do the scan, basically we'll see like the skull part, right, but it's actually not skull. So our models just keep predicting on like the skull, right? So you can see like the overextended predictions. There are some cases that they have bone artifacts. So actually, during the surgeries, like we have to remove these artifacts out before like we do the titanium printing and then put it on, right? So these are some cases that like our models like doesn't know like these artifacts, right? So they just predict the missing part. So we could do like a better pre-processing to help like improve on these, right? And then there are some like complex area that model doesn't predict at all. So for example, in like the C cases, you can see like there are like some complex area and sometimes it's too small. So the model couldn't predict, and then like there are some edges sometimes that like leads the model to like wrong prediction because like the edges of the skulls are different compared to like the synthetic cases. So these are still like cases that we should improve. So yeah, that's kind of like all the presentation. So we release the models as open source. So like you can see, go to like the GitHub and then like import like Phoenix models and then also the pre-trained models, and you can like run the notebooks to see the results. So yeah, that's the summary. Like we introduced KNX, which is the model based on convolutional nets, and then we do some qualitative analysis on the skulls, right? Like including like error based on skull generation, and then also clinical variable itself. So what's next, right? Like what's the current progress that we are doing? So we are doing like removal of the skulls, as I mentioned. So now like the new approach that we do, we just send the skulls, right? Like the doctor sends a CT scan of the skulls. We can do the prediction of like this excessive area, and then we do like the reconstruction. So like the model is now like more resilient to like these cases, right? That we have like extended part of the skulls. And yeah, we also apply to like different modalities. Like for example, like in the mandible reconstructions, we also see like a lot of people who has like this tumor in the mandibles. So we try to do like the segmentation. So we segment like these tumor, and then we do like the generation of like these healthy bones, and then we could do like 3D printing of like the titanium to put in to like the mandibles. So these are some of the current work that we are doing. So we hope to like use more AI-based to use with the clinical cases. So that's all my presentation. Thank you so much. So these are some members of the lab with Mario and July.
Okay. Thanks for the Dr. Akatabi-Su, very impressive speech. Please actually show the AI power in clinical practical application. Okay. Any question from our audience?
Hello. Okay. So my first question is like from your AI to predict about the skull. After you create the AI to match with the CT scan that the doctor gives to you, how you can make sure like this prediction is really match with the patient? Because if they wanna put this implant to the patient, at least they have to have like a big surgery, right? If we not like make sure properly, so patient have to do surgery again and again, like that.
Yeah. So actually, like the workflow, like the typical workflow is that like we do like the prediction first, right? And then like the doctor has to discuss with patient quite a lot, and to also the designer. But like the main part is that like in the real cases, right? Like if you don't have like the implant like right away, right after the prediction, like the designer have to talk to the doctors, and then it takes time, like maybe like 2 or 3 days to design, and then they also have to like discuss again and again, right? Like so, like the normal workflow takes like a week. So basically, like after prediction of this, right? Like the designer like actually have to still talk to. Unfortunately, right? Like it's not the end design. So basically, after having like the implant, the designers still have to talk to the doctors to came up with the final design and then do the 3D printing, like titanium printing. And then like there are like a lot of process after like, testing some of the materials and then sterilize before like it gets shipped to
one more question a little bit. It's about a mandible, right?
Yeah.
So that mandible is you also can make the teeth new one for the patients or just like a part of the bone?
Yeah, so actually mandible like we won't print the full mandibles. So we only print like just like titanium strips to like have the shape of the mandible. So this is like not the full printing. So we only print like some part of the mandibles and attach to the previous bone. So yeah. So that's what wouldn't be like the full printing. So like we only print the strips. And yeah, like I think they won't have the bone yet, but yeah, they will grow later after like the implants. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think later we have a break time, so you can, if you have any question, you can discuss with Dr. Akchavisu. We thank Dr. Akchavisu again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to all the professors for their remarkable presentations. Before the break, we will take a group photo, so everyone please remain in your seat. And for those who are seated at the sides, please move toward the center. Please move toward the center to take a group photo, please. Students who will be presenting for the 2-minute poster presentation, please submit your slides to the staff before the end of the break. Thank you.
Tá live, não é gravação. Ainda.
welcome back. Okay, so the next section, the first speaker of the next section is Dr. Fan Bing-Min. He got his PhD in Taiwan. So the Institute of the graduate program between the academy and the Tsinghua University in 2013. Okay, so can you speak a little Chinese? Oh, yeah, okay, good. Okay, and then now he is, I think he's now a company of genetics and Europeans, right? Okay, so I'm the director and the director of genetic consulting and the CAT lab. So the director. So today he wants to present the development of the genetic testing in Vietnam. And especially maybe he will talk about the AI application in the Vietnam, right? Okay, so let's welcome the Dr. Fan Bing-Min.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much for your introduction, and good morning, everyone. So, first of all, I would like to thank Tzu Chi Foundation and Tzu Chi University for my chance to visit the beautiful city of Hualien again. Actually, I've been here once in the past, long time ago, and this is very excited to be here as to share with you. Actually, I would like to hopefully share with you briefly about the Vietnam market of healthcare and also the genetic, especially the genetic testing area. And I also will share a little bit about our recent study, recent research on application of AI in particular genetic testing. So I'm used to be in academic before for quite a long time, 10 years. And I recently found a company and moved to the company and work in the industry. And I hope I can give another point of view from the industrial perspective, how to apply the AI in medical field and also in particular in genetic testing. So very briefly about Vietnam healthcare system. Okay, so we have like other country, we have a public system, hospital, and also private. But the percentage of the private hospital now is still small, about 180 hospital comparing to more than 1,000 hospitals in the public sector. And in the public healthcare system, we have a central level hospital with around 50 hospitals, and provincial level, district level, and commune levels. And totally, we have about 2,000 hospitals in Vietnam. But the spending, the spending comparing the public hospital and the private hospital. So there's a trend that the private hospital now attracting more customers and people willing to spend in the private hospital because of higher quality of service and also higher quality of the doctor from the well-known doctor from public hospital to serve in the private hospital. So in 2015, we from the about 2010 and 25, so the healthcare expenditure rise about 9% per year, and this equivalent to about 6% of the country GDP, and particularly the CAGR, the cash, about 7.6% yearly. So this is very high growth rate of the spending on the healthcare. And the private, actually, the private hospital, it have a higher the growth rate compared to the public hospital. And in the recent year, so the digital healthcare and the application of the IT in healthcare are booming actually in Vietnam. So the Vietnam telemedicine market recently so attract a lot of investment. Also the budget from the government. So the growth rate is very high, yearly about 16.4%. And Vietnam also have recently issued many policies to promote for the application of information, AI in the healthcare. Okay, so here's some very important policy related to use the application and development of AI in Vietnam was for National AI Program to 2030. So about 4 years ago, we also had a program for health digital transformation and also promote the medical exam and treatment using the AI, using the IT in the healthcare, in the diagnosis and also the treatment of disease. And here are some of the emerging application of AI and IT in the healthcare system in Vietnam. So recently we really pushed for the application of the telemedicine. So now the hospital in Vietnam, they can in commune or the district hospital, they can connect with the central hospital, for the discussion on the cases of patients. Okay, so like some big hospital, they have software, they have a monthly and weekly activity to discuss with the doctor from the local hospital. And the second one is also got a lot of investment, and later I will tell you about some result, some product from the Vietnamese companies and also the university. They developed the software, the AI tools, and also machine to apply using the medical image, okay, in diagnosis, especially in the diagnosis. And in clinical diagnosis, in surgical robots, and personalized treatment plan, and so on and so more. So you also listen from previous speaker that they mentioned about some wearable healthcare devices. Okay? And in Vietnam, there are also some companies like also selling the wearable device and also develop the software, the apps to use the wearable device to trace the and also monitor the patient health. So for me now, I want to focus and talk and discuss more about the application of AI in bioinformatics tools in clinical diagnosis. So you know that according to Global Market Insight, the gene sequencing market worldwide was estimated to value more than $30 billion. So that also facilitating the use of next generation sequencing, not just in the US, but also in Asia and also in Vietnam. So we have in recent recent years, we have some company, where they start, but they grow very fast in within only 4 or 5 years. because the adoption of the new tool, next generation sequencing, for the clinical diagnosis. And in Vietnam, the clinical diagnosis often bring about 15% of total revenue in most hospitals. Okay? And here I list some key players in the AI-powered clinical diagnosis in Vietnam. So the first one is the Vinbrain. So this company, they build an ecosystem of AI products, so including the solution to diagnose the liver cancer, prostate cancer, lung diseases using the X-ray imaging. And their AI tool, so-called the Dr. X, is the first and also the only AI power software in Vietnam and also Southeast Asia, got approved by FDA 2 years ago. Okay, so also interesting that the company thus was acquired by NVIDIA recently, last end of the last year. So NVIDIA, they built an R&D center in Vietnam, and they acquired the Vinbrain to be one of their core. And the second, also from the Vin Group, so they have the Vin Big Data Institute. The institute, they do the research on biomedical image to develop the software for X-ray-based breast cancer diagnosis and lung cancer early diagnostics. Okay, and the third company, big player, as I mentioned, you see the Gene, so-called the Gene Solution. This is the startup. Yeah, startup very recently, about 8-7 years startup, but they already got 2 series of funding. The first one, more than 10 million US dollar in 2021, and the Series B, 25 million US dollar from a fund capital, and they are planning to raise the Series C, about 70 million US dollar. So this company even very short-term development, but they focusing on the NGS, next generation sequencing, and they already have a present, the offices in some Southeast Asia country like in the Indonesia, in the Philippines, in Thailand, Singapore. Okay, and our company, Genetis Eurofins, okay, we develop AI powered software in a field of clinical genetic testing for reproductive health, non-invasive prenatal testing, and also newborn screening, and many other companies like I mentioned here. They also develop, and apply the AI and bioinformatics in the field of clinical testing, and of course with some big hospital and universities. So here this showing the first AI powered software approved for FDA in Southeast Asia. Okay, and they already have a presence and also offer services in many big university hospital in Vietnam, and also in some they are partnered with some companies, big company, AI company, NVIDIA, Microsoft. And the one area of testing, I think, very important and also got attention for many people, the cancer. Okay, so because of cancer, I think this the burden and problem everywhere, right? In Vietnam, so the new cases every year about 200,000, and the death about 140,000. Okay, so this is a big burden in my country. And so some leading cancer colon cancer. But the problem is that you can see the number of cases, new cases, is increasing yearly. Okay? And also the men and women, all increasing. But the men is more problem for this kind of disease. So in order to early diagnose and also monitor, support treatment, so the company I mentioned about the Gene Solution, they developed an AI tool, genetic testing, so-called SportsMap. Okay, so this is the technology behind that. Technology is they track the ctDNA cell tumor DNA from patient blood, about 10 ml blood, and they amplify the ctDNA and do the genetic sequencing using next generation sequencing. And then with the big number of the patients, database, and they develop the software that can accurately and specifically detect the mutation of from the ctDNA of the patient. Okay, and they said that for two options in testing. So the basic one, they can early detect top 5 common cancer: red lung, colorectal, stomach, head, and neck. And also they can extend the software, the test, to early detect and also help the monitoring of the cancer, other kind of cancer. Okay? And they already have services in some Southeast Asian countries, Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia, and also Singapore. And the next steps also have the big market and booming recently in Vietnam and also I think in Southeast Asia. That is non-invasive prenatal genetic testing. Okay, so this is also the side made beside the testing also the same that the fetus will secrete the seed, so the DNA, the dead cell to the mother blood in form of the so-called cfDNA, and we collect the mother blood and do the gene amplification and also to inject to test to see whether the fetus has any abnormality in the genetics or not. So the total work in Vietnam is last year more than 1.3 million. It's a huge number. Okay, and brown skin screen about now only 20 to 30% of the pregnant women can get the test. And the pricing you see, with the help of AI in our company, we reduce the test cost now very, very cheap, about $70 US. Okay, I think they compare, I don't know compared to the country, but yeah, I think it will be very cheap now. Okay, so I will go very fast. So we developed the software, NIPT software. Okay, so the most difficult thing in order to develop the AI software is the data. Okay, and the second one, the sample, the real clinical sample. So we had to develop some computational algorithm and method to create more sample, clinical sample, the positive sample. Yeah, because the positive sample, real in clinical and clinical sample, real sample is very limited. So we had to develop the computational algorithm in order to make more data for the machine to train the software. okay, to increase the sensitivity, also the specificity. You can see here we compare with some software available, and we got pretty good result. And actually, we already use this software in our testing to help to reduce the cost of the testing. Okay, and very fast 1 minute. So we also developed the software in the reproductive health to help the couple, infertile couple, okay, to screen their embryo, okay, through IVF center to screen the embryo, and we have many tests already, development tests already to support the IVF center to get the best embryo for a higher rate of embryo transfer and higher rate of pregnancy. And this is our some number. We actually have a lot of tests for pre-implantation genetic testing for more genetic disease, and the number we are now we talk with some colleagues from Europe and also from in Asia, Southeast Asia, and the number we have now is probably the number one, even compared with Europe center. Okay, and so I would like to conclude my presentation by collaboration opportunities. So I do hope that this is the chance that I can have more connection with you, and so especially with Taiwan, where I got my degree and a lot of good person in Taiwan. And what I focus, and I want to give brief that we more interested in the applied research now, tech transfer, and also commercialization of the research of the patent, especially in Taiwan, because I know that Taiwan have very good educational system and also research system, and also have many potential patient and also product can get into my market, Okay, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you for Dr. Valentin. Okay, but due to the time limit and all the questions were left in the lunch time. Okay, so thanks to Dr. Valentin again, and we have the gift for the Dr. Valentin.
My honor to introduce next speaker, Dr. Arjen. He's from Mahidol University in Thailand. His topic is about AI-driven healthcare for Georgianese assessment. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Arjen to present in detail. Thank you.
Okay, good. I think good morning, everyone. I have just only 15 minutes, right? If I'm right. I thought I have 20 minutes to present, so that's why I prepared my presentation into 3 parts. The first one, I just want to talk about the university and what we have. The second one is about in my laboratory, and the third one is the research. So do you think it can fit in 15 minutes? No, I would say like maybe 1 hour. But look, it's okay. If you are interested more, we can discuss that later. Okay, right? The topic today is I want to present you, actually everyone here is in the AI era. And again, I think it's for every research, every researcher, they are looking for using some additional tools like the AI to help them to, I would say, accelerate their research. So in topic today, I'm using the AI in terms of the drowsiness detection. So drowsiness is kind of like you're feeling sleepy. If you're feeling sleepy, that's the right track for you because you just take food and some like, I think small cup of coffee, you just take, right? But again, if you feel sleepy, that is right because our human, like we need to sleep. So I'm Jesada Hanin and I'm from Mahidol University and right now I'm assistant to the president for educations. I'm a lecturer at the Department of Biomedical Engineering as well. And today we came with two professors, Dr. Thitipat and Dr. Panarsi, that already presented, and I am the last one. So maybe just 1 minute present about Mahidol University. So you might think that where Mahidol University is. Actually, Mahidol University, we have several campuses around the countries. And in Thailand, we are the university that founded in 1888. That's quite long, and we have right now we have 3 main campuses in like several provinces, and we also the university hospital as well. You can see list of the hospital here. That's maybe like more than the faculties as well. And for the faculties, right now we have 17 faculties and some other departments as well. So that is the facts. And for the student, every year we have around 30,000. So lots of students, but also the staff and the lecturer as well. The lecturer right now we have around 5,000 lecturers at major universities. And again, if you want to like do some student exchange or you want to have some further collaborations and place to this country after this. So next, let me just talk about what I'm happy to do at this research, right? So you can see this guy is wearing the hat. Let's try to record the brainwave, right? And then we try to control the game here. This is one of the competitions that we just joined last 2 years. We call Cyberton. This is kind of the Cyborg Olympics. If you want to control the game using your mind, this is not magic, it is science, right? You can use your some intention to control the games. But imagine if you are like a patient, you cannot move your hand, even you cannot walk, how you feel. If you want to express even I love you, it's very difficult to do that. You can use kind of the brain-computer interface. So in my laboratory, we have like 3 categories, 3 applications that we are interested to do. The first one, we want to apply like kind of the brain-computer interface for preventions. The second one is for assistant, like kind of the assistive technologies. And the third one is for treatment. So that can treat for some disease, right? And you can see some projects that we have done previously. As, for example, the assistive technologies. We use the brain to control, let's say, the drone or even the wheelchair or any like electrical devices for the patients. And we also combine the brain-computer interface or BCI with the robots that we can use to control kind of, for example, exoskeletons to help the patient can walk. And for the treatment, we use that to like some neurological diseases. And we can use to control our pain. If you feel pain, you may think, oh, I don't want to take paracetamol or even aspirin. You can use some BCI, right? This is like kind of the matrix of the BCI. And the third one, that's for the preventive technology. And this is what I'm going to present after this. Because if you feel sleepy, if you think you want to keep awake every time, for example, you need to drive for a long time, 2 hours, 3 hours, that's really difficult to do. Even me like driving from the north to the south, it's not easier at all. I need to take some rest every 2 hours. But if you feel sleepy and you think that it's not enough for you, for example, you have a lecture, you need to attend the lecture today and it's really sleepy. Oh, professor, why you say like very monotonous? Oh, okay, this is like good, you feel sleepy, right? But if I say that, okay, everyone, enjoy this class, you will feel all excited, right? That is because the human response. So, think about the brain-computer interface. That means the brain and the computers. We can use the brain, like just help human, like mindfulness, or even like your intentions to control. So the concept behind is we record the brainwave, we use the brainwave to control everything, like some devices or any machines. But what you need to really know is the most difficult would be how we record the brainwave. That is very interesting. If you know Elon Musk, he developed a sensor that can keep tracking the brainwave inside the brain, because the technologies go wide, and you can see lots of technology that can capture the brainwave. Even in my laboratory, we have like both non-invasive. That means we use just a sensor, but we try to do some invasive. That means we need to do some skull surgeries and put some needle, like trioptical needle, on top of the brain tissues. It's not here, okay, right? So we use that to control. And concept of the BCI that in my lab we are interested is we use the brain for rehabilitations. That if you go, like if you can see some post-stroke patients, you need to do some rehabilitations. After getting stroke within like 2 weeks or even a month, that is a golden period for the patient. They need to recover as fast as possible. But in a traditional way, we do the rehabilitation by just like using some assistive tools. But in a combination with brain-computer interface, we record the brainwave and we do some rehabilitations with kind of assistive, like the VR, AR, and help the patients enjoy the rehabilitation session. And we hope to see a better outcome and treatments. So the concept, if we use the closed loop brain-computer interface, that means we record the brainwave and we send that command and try to find the intention. We call it intentional wave during like imaging. For example, you want to raise your hand up, that we can capture some small signal before we can raise the hand. That we call it kind of the EID or the EIS. That is kind of the signal that we capture. But we send that signal to the machine. The machine, for example, the rehabilitation hand, right? We have the robot arm. Once we can capture the intention to raise your hand, we send that signal to the robot activator, and help the patient do some rehabilitation. And we do that in a closed loop system. And we do that repeatedly. And at the end, eventually, the treatment outcome give a better one. Right? So this is the example that in our lab we do with the patients. So this is my student, not the patients. We record the brainwave here, and once we can capture the motion attentions, you want to raise your hand, we capture that, right? We send that signal, cat, this is not my cat. We send the signal to activate by use some stimulation. We call it electrical stimulations. Trigger the hands up, and we do that again and again, right? So this is kind of the closed loop, the examples. Okay, I need to stop just what we are doing in the research, in our laboratories. Let me just spend maybe 6 minutes for the rest of my presentations. So you can see this one. How do you feel when seeing this picture? Sleepy? Raise your hand. You need to be you need to be honest. If you feel sleepy seeing this picture because it looks comfortable. What else? Look good. I love cats. No, I hate cats. Yes. Depend. Okay. But that is because of the circadian rhythms, right? If you think last night you spent your bedtime maybe more than 6 hours, raise your hand please. More than 6 hours. More than 7 hours. More than 8 hours. Oh no, less than 5 hours. Yes, because we are researchers. You need to sleep less, right? Just 3 hours should be fine. Professor will love you a lot. Oh, I go to the lab every morning at 7, right? And go home maybe at 9 o'clock. No, just kidding. You need to be like kind of work-life balance. So that is the circadian rhythms. But what do you think if we don't have enough sleep? You sleep just only 3 hours, 4 hours? Is that enough? No. The standard is said that our human, for example, in our age, the same age, 7 hours should be okay. If you think you sleep less than 7 hours, that is your problem, not my problem. Okay? Be careful, right? So if you feel like you sleep less than 7 hours, or even like 6 hours, your human body will try to attack you, right? For example, you feel sleepy in the morning, like sitting here. If you're listening to me and you feel sleepy, you need to go to see doctor, right? Because even like my voice is not monotonous, it's kind of the excited voice, but if you still feel sleepy, please go to doctor, right? Please see the doctor. But that is because of the circadian rhythms, and it changes, right? But imagine if we need to drive, that is give you very risky situations. You know that if you sleep less than even 5 hours, it's almost like, you can see here, okay, drowsy driving can be as dangerous as driving. You know, it's seriously, right? And that it leads to my motivation to do the research here. So we spent time almost 10 years ago to try to tackle with these problems. Think that if people don't have enough sleep, how can they help them if they need to drive for long times? So that time we invent a device that can help the driver feel like alert almost every time they feel sleepy. That I need to go quite fast because 3 minutes left. But if you're rested more after the lunch, right? So drowsy driving is really dangerous, and that can cause lots of expense. And you know it's kind of life-threatening consequences. And right now, if you want to track your drowsiness, your sleepiness, there would be 3 categories. The first one, we can record from our brainwave, heart rate, EKG, and we can use camera to just capture. You can have the camera, and the third one, we can use kind of the vehicle base. For example, BMW or Benz, they have the system that can detect the human behavior during driving. But that's not enough. That is I came with the idea to invent something that will help the drivers. This is almost 10 years. We invent this device and already patented. It detects the human drowsiness, and we capture the brainwave. And once they feel sleepy, we send that as a vibrations, right? Vibration. Do you feel like with your head? Okay. Keeping wake up. So just want to show how to use. Wake like this and drive forever. You won't feel sleepy. No, it's not true. Once I launched these products and used in the company, you know, many companies show their interest buy this one. They came with oh, I want to order 10,000 K. Oh no. That time I think that I'm gonna quit my job and open a company and I get rich like Elon Musk. No. In the real life, it's not easy. Because after the trial period for 6 months, they said that it's really bad. The device is not good because it keeps alerting me every time. And my wife said that, please don't go to drive. Stay home. So I lost my job. Oh my God. Okay, so I think that is not a good way to do. Keep alerting the driver during the driving is not a good approach. So it's better to think back, think beyond. If we can track before they drive, you know, if we can check before they drive, is that good enough for them to drive? That would be, I would say, a sustainable way to do. So that came to the second motivation after I failed the first part, right? So at that case, I tried to do some classifications and check that if that's the step to warn the driver that this is not a good way to drive. So this came to the work that we try to find or identify which would be the best way to trigger, to take the alert to the drivers. Please stop. Don't go to drive. This is not good for you. You need to take maybe 1 or 2 hours of sleep, right? So this work, we try to classify and find, we call the modulated drowsiness. So that is the state that at least we can warn the drivers, right? So the research that we do, we try to examine the moderate drowsiness. So how can we do that? We use we collect the data from participants with the EEG or the brainwave and the EKG to record the heart rate and try to use some machine learning, actually it's the AI, to classify into 3 levels: alert, moderate, and the extreme drowsy. So in that case, we collect the data, and with the EEG here, you can see this is too detailed, but I won't go much there. So this is the setup. We have the game here, we record the brainwave, and we keep the video recording as well. And we do some training and record that. And we analyze the signal, both EEG and the EKG or ECG, and try to find. And you might think that, what would be the criteria to set that it is the moderate one? We use this is just for the signal processing. If you are in this one, please discuss with me later. So we use the standard we call the observed rating drowsiness. That is the US standard. To just give me 2 minutes more. Okay. To just justify what would be the steps to do. So we use the clinicians to check the video. So we have the drivers, the participant keep driving, and we have the clinicians keep watching the video. When they got sleep or not, or yes or no, they spend almost 2 hours. I would say okay, they might feel sleepy more. And we use that as a label, and we use some machine learning, but actually it's just kind of multiplayer present on kind of the deep learning. Just the neural networks to train the data, and at the end we said that the best approach that we can do is we use the combinations of just EEG signal here as the FQ1 that is in the frontal, and we use some combination of the heart rate variabilities and the driving times that we can detect the moderate ones, and we try to combine in several channels, and we found that if we combine from FP1 and FP2, that is from the frontal positions, we can detect that can be used in our device, the previous device that we just launched and it failed, right? And we use that as additional algorithms to detect, right? And at the end, we found that it can be used with the frontal one and the heart rate and also the driving time. That is the key features to use in small machines. And further study that we try to embed these findings into the device that we just seen previously. And that's all for my presentation today, and thank you very much.
It's very interesting presentation. Time is limited, so if anyone has any question, please ask Dr. Arlin after presentation. So we have a small gift for Dr. Arlin.
Hernie Susanti, a distinguished expert in nursing education and psychiatric nursing. And she earned her doctorate in nursing from the University of Manchester, UK, and currently serves as the manager of collaboration and alumni relations at Universitas Indonesia Faculty of Nursing. Today, Professor Susanti will give a talk related to the mental health. Okay, so please join me in welcoming Professor Hermie Susanti. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning still. Yes, this is a quite different topic because we've been listening about AI since yesterday, about biomedical. So I would like to ask you to a little bit swifting to talk about mental health. This is a very, I would say, not really, quite different, but it is there in our side. As WHO says to us from many years, there is no health without mental health. So I would like to present about one of the results of my study together with my colleagues about depression and anxiety that mediating the link between social and biological factors and quality of life in Indonesia. And this is the study using the structural equation model. So this research is under the project of STAN Indonesia, and the research project is Sustainable Treatment of Anxiety and Depression in Indonesia. This research is funded by the NIH UK, and this is the collaboration between my university, University of Indonesia, and University of Manchester, United Kingdom. So the key message from this research is we already know that from the topic there is association between biological and mental, and also the biological and social factors in depression and anxiety. If we're talking about depression and anxiety, this is the leading mental health condition or mental health situation global. And also, we already know that depression and or anxiety to be correlated with our quality of life. And the study will add that depression and anxiety actually mediate the relationship between social and biological factors, and also with the quality of life, and the biological factors influence quality of life. I will explain this further on. So the background is mental health disorders are among the most significant global health challenges. In 2019 itself, approximately 970 million people affected by the mental health problems. So 1 of 5 people actually have a mental health problem in one condition, from the mild into severe. So maybe you just can count 1 to 8, which one of you has the mental health condition. And over the 80% of individuals with mental problems living in low and middle income countries, and they usually having the condition of poverty, and then they particularly severe due inadequate welfare system and limited access to effective treatment. In Indonesia itself, with the population 275 million people, the cases of depression and anxiety making one of the top 2 countries in the Southeast Asia region for the prevalence. And the estimated annual treatment cost is quite a lot, almost, and reach up 6.2 billion, the cost for national expenditure for this mental health issue. So, again, as we know that there has been many studies to investigate the biological and social factors that is influence the quality of life, especially for those with depression and anxiety. But in our study, we investigate that depression and anxiety, we don't know whether there's link between social and legal factor in depression and anxiety, especially in the context of Indonesia. So this is our study aim, to examine the mediating role of depression and anxiety in relationship between social and biological factors. Yeah. And there are some objectives from the study, and this is the methods. So the data collection was conducted in 2023 from July to October, and it involved 12 villages across 6 districts and 4 provinces, and that include urban and rural areas. And then in each village, the researchers to interview 1,600 individuals, and the total observation 19,200 people, almost 20,000 people we interviewed, people or individuals across Java. Java is one of the most dense islands in the country. So we use large cohort, and then we measure social factors, we measure biological factors, we measure quality of life. For the social factors, we examine the individual social network, measured by the number of people with whom participants frequently discuss. So we asked, like for example, I was asked to whom you usually talk to. This is about social factors. Whether you have 1, 2, 3, or 4 people to talk to often. So this is to measure the social factors. And for the biological factors, we measure by the number of comorbidities self-reported by the participants, and they assess to the diagnosis of hypertension, diabetes, tuberculosis, asthma, and other lung disease, cardiovascular disease, liver condition, stroke, cancer, and other memory-related disease. So this is the biological factor that we assess, comorbid with the problem of anxiety and depression or mental health problems that I mentioned before. And the quality of life, we use questionnaire to measure the health status across various disease areas. The mediating factors, depression, we use the GSD-10, anxiety, we use GAD-7, and this was used to calculate or to analyze our study. So this is the method. So from this, we have 3 models: the association between social factors, biological factor, and quality of life. And then we also have models how depression mediates relationship between social factor, and also it occurs to anxiety. So this is the result. From the descriptive characteristic, we can say that from the 19,000 participants, 55% females, and then the average age female 43, more than 70% from female were married, and then the education mostly senior high school. And then regarding the social networks, most participants reported having only 1 person. This is quite amazing result. Can you imagine, from almost 20,000 people, they reported they only have 1 person, providing that Indonesia, especially in Java, is well known as communal people. People tend to talk to others, but when we investigate well, how many people that you usually talk to, they reported mostly only 1. So this is actually in correspondence to what's going on with our colleagues, especially in the British people. They also said we only have 1. So what's going on to our community? So with 70% of females and males falling into this category. And this is the summary statistic. As you can see, the variable of social network, the depression and anxiety, we find that there are 4% 5% has depression. And then 12%, more than 12% has anxiety from the total population. If you see this percentage, you might say, oh, it's only 4% for the depression. It's only 12% for anxiety. But this is actually above the number of average in our country. And if we consider again the total population of Indonesia, as mentioned before, 2075, if we call it this as estimation, how many people actually get depressed and also get anxiety. I haven't mentioned about the main issue about this mental health problem, especially in our country, but I think this is also happened in other countries around, that this situation can make our awareness that the cases are there, but it seems that there is no case. Why? Because without this kind of investigation, maybe people feel, oh, I don't have the disease, I don't have any symptoms. Because there is a lot of stigma around mental health problems. So that's why when we investigate, we found this case, don't look the small number, but look at in the total of population, and this is already big, and this is already the one who need help. So the findings about the relationship. So we can see that it shows that from the model, social factors and biological factors were associated with quality of life. We further found that the relationship between biological factors and quality of life were partly mediated by depression, where the link between social factors were fully mediated by depression and anxiety. So, this is actually to emphasize that there is a very strong relationship between physical and mental. Those who have biological factor that I mentioned, who has disease, cardiovascular, and then hypertension and others, tend to have or prone to have mental health problem, which is anxiety and depression. Because again, as I mentioned before, according to WHO, there is no health without mental health. When we talk about physical illness, the person is very likely to also have mental health condition. Even we talk about anxiety, people with anxiety is in a range, is in a continuum. Even ourselves, all of us who are sitting in this room, we have anxiety to some extent. Whether the anxiety is under the controllable, under normal, or this is already under, need treatment. So this is the situation where actually physical condition associated with mental condition. And also, the social also associated with mental condition. The one that I mentioned, it was quite shocking actually, the one that we found only one person to be contacted, to be interacted with, to be talked to with most population in Indonesia under our study. That means that can also become, I would say, an indication. There might be in the future the case of loneliness become more and more. And this also related to the quality of life. So, the impact or the implication of our study, we emphasize the strategies for the promotion and prevention. Of course, we need to enhance physical and social. This is a must. So perhaps with the presentation from the previous speakers, how to use the AI, the technology, how this technology also can improve the physical and social health of the people. Because they are crying for help, actually, how to get rid of the anxiety and depression. And also they encourage healthy lifestyle, physical activity, balanced nutrition, and also social network, and the prevention. Address root cause by providing comprehensive for physical illness, not only focus on the physical, bodily, the disease, but look at also comprehensively to the mental situation or mental condition. And screening opportunities, we learned a lot from this morning. The screening using the AI technology is very promising, so perhaps this can also become collaborative in the future. How this AI or technology also can improve and use for these people with anxiety and depression. We might talk a little bit after this. And then implement proactive intervention. For your information, this is the study that is one of the study underlying our future study. The project itself is developing a treatment, developing intervention for people with depression and anxiety in Java using the strategy of low-intensity psychological intervention. By using this data, we are confident these people in Indonesia need intervention. But the intervention, if we waiting the intervention from professionals, from doctors, from psychiatrists, from nurses, from psychologists, there's no way the people with thousands of people there, they get the service quickly. So we come up from this project with new innovation, how they can get intervention from non-professional. We call it intervention, low-intensity psychological intervention, provided by volunteers, and this is really to help and the content of the intervention, including to balance physical and also mental condition of the people. At this moment, the project is giving the intervention. Hopefully by next year, the total report of our project can be completed, and hopefully we can also disseminate in such situation like this. This is my presentation, and of course there are some limitations about our study. As you see, this is only causal relationship is limited, and also self-reported. We don't know actually about the truth, but this is still much better rather than there is no data. I think I can finish even now. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you for your insightful presentation. I really enjoyed your discussion on mental health and quality of life. Okay, and I think your insights were truly valuable. Okay, thank you again for your time and for sharing your experts. Yeah, thank you.
Next, we will proceed with the 2 minutes poster presentation by masters and doctoral students. First, we will begin with the master's students. Please welcome Associate Professor Wen Bingxia from the Department of Molecular Biology and Human Genetics to serve as the moderator.
So we are a bit delayed. So please, master student line, waiting here. Yeah, okay. So our first speaker. So you only have 2 minutes. Yeah, 1 minute 30 seconds. We have the first round. Yeah, and then when you hear the second round, yeah, 2 times. Yeah, please stop immediately. Right? Okay. Yeah, only 2 minutes. So first we have Cho Person, yeah, from the Department of Imaging and Radiology Institute. Please.
Mitchell, and my topic title is OATP1B1 transporter and functional test in Bob nude C frozen nude coronal model under the MRI and fluorescence system. So in previous research that the OATP1B1 was good for the MRI and the fluorescence system was very nice. But we found that the OATP1B1 gene sequence is also similar as almost 80% as the 1B1. So there's a question that it will be as good as the 1B3 gene or will be even better. So after sequencing the OATP1B1 gene, we'll transfer it to the fibrosarcoma, also named as the HT1080. And we'll specially fragment assessment as to the antibiotics so that the cell can be selected. As you can see the microscope image, even though we are using the puromycin to do the selection, the both cell will be damaged. The left side will be non-transfect HT1080 cell, and the right side will be the HT80 cell with the OATP1B1 transporter. Even though the cell was damaged, after the cell recovered, they still can maintain. So the next step will be have to improve that the cell transfer was assessed. So at the DNA level, we're using the PCR system to improve that the transfer was assessed. So with the OATP1B1 primary, so fast. Okay, but 2 minutes it was really short, so no.
Miss Amina Nisa from Department of Biomedical Science and Engineering.
My study topic is exploring the role of CMK's activity and the expression in the development of oral squamous cell carcinoma. So in this topic, I have two main topics. One is CMKs and another one is OSCC. So first of all, we will know what is OSCC. OSCC is mainly a type of oral cancer that radiates into the mucosal epithelium layer of the human oral cavity. It's nowadays a kind of burning issues because nowadays the patients have a lot of problems, like they have facing the appearance problem, also the pronunciation problem, and also the swallowing and the taste bud problems. Now let's move to the CMKs. It's a kind of kinase enzyme that mainly encodes by the different genes like CMKK1, CMK2 alpha, and CMK4. After the RNA sequencing data analysis, we have found that a lot of members from the CMK gene have the differential significance, but we have chosen mainly the 4 genes for their very strong ratio of their identification of the cell metastasis and the non-metastatic cells. So we find that the CMK1 and CMKK1 is the upregulated gene, where the CMK2 alpha and the CMK4 has the downregulated gene. So for further confirmation, we did the CMK2 alpha and the CMK4 from the PCR result, and we find that in the non-metastatic cells, that is SAS, and the metastatic cells, that is SAS-LN, the SAS-LN has the lower expression and the SAS has the most higher, stronger band. So it concludes like that the downregulated gene of the CMK2 alpha and CMK4 can increase the cancer aggressiveness, where the CMKK1 and CMK1 has the upregulated gene and promotes the cell metastasis. Thank you.
Next we have Mr. Ivan Vijaya from Department of Biomolecular and Human Genetics, please.
afternoon. My name is Ivan. My advisor is Dr. Woon and Dr. Weili. And our research title is Near-infrared induced adipose derived stem cell senescence as model for cellular aging. So our study mainly focused on using NIR or near-infrared photobiomodulation on ADAC. NIR exposure inhibits ADAC's proliferation while also induces cellular aging, mainly by altering the methylation pattern of gene associated with aging itself. So our further study revealed 3 key regulatory genes, which are MAT10, TH1PD3, and PUM3. And this is our proposed pathway. So NIR irradiation will induce DNA damage in ADAC, while decrease the expression of PUM3, which destabilizes PRP upon genotoxic exposure. NIR also increased the expression of NAT10, which is one of the binding partners for PRP. Upon DNA damage, PRP will perform the poly-ADP ribosylation on both DNA damage site and NAT10, which decreases its efficiency. Due to its unstable form, PRP will undergo degradation, which further disrupts its DNA repair mechanism. This will eventually lead to the accumulation of DNA damage and translocation of NAT10 from the nucleus into cytoplasm. This translocation will increase the inflammation and cellular aging. On the other hand, treatment with TZX4 will reverse this damage and alleviates the cellular aging. If you're interested more in our study, feel free to come and visit me at poster number 28. Thank you.
Alright, thank you. So next we have Miss Ling Tai No from Department of Molecular Biology and Human Genetics, please.
So hello everyone. Today I'm going to introduce our research of discovery of a novel disease-causing gene in a Taiwanese Choroideremia family. Diagnosis by our collaborators, Dr. Cai Wong-kun. And choroideremia is an extinct recessive disease that causes progressive vision loss due to retinal and choroidal degeneration. However, in our family, we identify a typical autosomal dominant inheritance pattern, which indicates that this might be involved by the novel genes variations. To investigate that, we performed whole exome sequencing and found that there's no known disease-causing genes have been detected. But at the end, we identified missense variations in gene X, which are 100% segregated across the family. And further in silico prediction results from CAT, CYP, and polyphen2 all suggest that these variants might be potentially deleterious. So, and this gene is encoded an immune receptor on natural killer cells. So we hypothesize that these variants might lead to the immune-related retinal damage. So the importance of our result is gene X is a novel CHN gene, and CHN might have a relationship with immuno.
So next we have Ms. No Haromi from the Department of Molecular Biology and Human Genetics and also Institute of Medical Science. Please.
Good morning everyone. I'm Ismatul Parumi and currently I'm working with the herbal extract tissue 4512 to check its neuroprotective effects in HT22 cells. HT22 cells are mouse hippocampal neuronal cell line, which is a great model for studying neurodegenerative diseases. We all know that Alzheimer's disease is an age-related neurodegenerative disease, and the two main hallmarks are amyloid beta plaque formation and neurofibrillary tangles. In AD, neuroinflammation occurs, which causes neuron loss and leading to learning and memory deficits. This study is important because currently we have no cure for AD and the available treatments have side effects. So developing novel treatments with effective and fewer side effects from natural products could be a promising approach. According to previous studies, this extract has antioxidation, anti-inflammatory and anti-cancer effects. Due to its antioxidation and anti-inflammatory effects, we wanted to explore its neuroprotective effects in HT22 cells. After doing the toxicity test, we find out that 12.5 to 200 microgram per ml of TCU451 has no cytotoxic effects in HT22 cells after 72 hours of treatment. So we selected the dose 50, 100 and 200 to further co-treat with amyloid beta and check the cell viability. Here we can see that amyloid beta has decreased the cell viability and TCU451 at dose 50 and 200 increased the cell viability significantly. Later we checked the protein expressions of ProBDNF, BDNF, CREB and PCREB and we see that the amyloid beta decreased its protein expressions whereas TCU451 at these doses increased this expression in a dose-dependent manner. And for further details, please feel free to visit my poster. It's poster number 30. Thank you.
Alright, next we have Ms. Abby McFadden from the Department of Molecular Biology and Human Genetics, please.
Good morning, everyone. In this project, we try to explore different therapeutic potential treatment for gut inflammation caused by psychological stress in human. To mimic this, we adapted the restraint stress model in mice, where keeping mice in restraint for 15 hours can cause gut leakage due to the inflammation, which is further confirmed by the Evans blue detection in the peripheral blood. To counter this, we wanted to use the GCSF drug, which is clinically available and have been extensively using in the chemotherapy treatment to mobilize the hematopoietic stem cell from the bone marrow to the peripheral blood, where we found out 4 doses of GCSF can rescue the gut leakage, where the further analysis revealed that the lineage positive cells present in the mononuclear cell is responsible for the rescuing effect. Moving forward, we aim to find out the cell-specific population present in the mononuclear cell which is responsible for the rescuing and the underlying mechanism behind that. If you want to know more and if you have any questions, feel free to visit at poster number 31. Thank you.
Right, okay, next we have Ms. Larry Asma from the Department of Molecular Biology and Human Genetics.
Good morning, everyone. My project focuses on exploring the role of PMGNT1 mutant allele in simulating the Musser-Eichmann disease using the zebrafish model. We believe that this zebrafish model can provide a valuable insight in exploring the pathophysiology and therapeutic interventions for different dystrophyinopathies. PMGNT1 is an enzyme that is involved in O-mannosylation of alpha-dystroglycan, that is a transmembrane protein. Mutation in PMGNT1 gene can lead to a disease known as Musser-Eichmann disease. The individual with this disease can have ocular, CNS abnormality and muscular dystrophy. To study this disease, we use the zebrafish model because it has glycoside transferases that are with strong homology to the human forms. To make this model, PMGNT1 mutant zebrafish, we use the CRISPR-Cas9. First we check the genotype by fragment analysis and then use the same fish to do the phenotype analysis at 5 days post-fertilization level. And then we did the behavior test at 6 and 8 DPF. And we found out that the phenotype and the behavior both get severe with the increasing age of the fish. We are also going to check the histology of all 3 organs, eye, brain and muscle. And to check the effect of abnormal glycosylation, we will do the proteomic and transcriptomic study. Thank you. If you have any question, you can come to my poster number 32. Thank you.
have Ms. Novelin Putri Inanti from the Department of Biomedical Science and Engineering.
To all of the audience that I respect, good afternoon everyone. I'm Novelin Putri Inanti, and for my research thesis or my master degree is about a computational study of the molecular, which is the antimicrobial peptide, which is the human beta defensin 3 bound to the chemokine receptor CCR7 that has the potential to induce squamous cell carcinoma, especially in oral cancer, via the beta-arrestin dependent signaling pathway. So, because I'm doing the computational modeling or molecular study of GPCR, so here is our CCR7. So the first rationale of my study design is to compare the endogenous ligand to my desired peptide, which is the human beta defensin 3. So I would like to see what kind of signaling pathway that they go to induce cancer progression. So the first one, the endogenous ligand of CCR7 is CCL21, which is a weak agonist, only G protein bias signaling. And for CCL19, it is a strong agonist, meaning that it can go for both G protein and also arrestin signaling. And the third one, my desired peptide, which is the antimicrobial peptide of human beta defensin 3, I have found in my research that it is a arrestin bias signaling, especially beta-arrestin 2. So this idea came from previous findings that have shown that the correlations of human beta defensin 3 actually can cause CCR7 overexpression. Is based or mediated by NF-kappa B. And also the second rationale is about turning wild type into the linear form by disrupting the disulfide bond of human beta defensin 3 can turn from tumor promoter into tumor suppressor activity. So if any one of you have questions related to my research, please come to my poster number 33. Thank you.
Next we have Ms. Sadia Ali from Department of Molecular Biology and Human Genetics and also Institute of Medical Science.
Good afternoon, everyone. My research is on the investigation of the neuroprotective effect of TCU412. My research is on the investigation of the neuroprotective effect of TCU412 herbal extract on the BDNF TrkB signaling pathway. Alzheimer's disease is a neurodegenerative disease with the two main hallmarks, the neurofibrillary tangles and the myeloid beta plaques, which are the cause of the cognitive decline and memory loss. The TCU412 is affordable, edible, easily accessible, and studies indicates that it have effect on improving cognition. The focused BDNF TrkB signaling pathway is to know the expression of some key proteins which are crucial for the neuronal survival, growth, and development. So the aim of my study is to analyze the neuroprotective effect of TCU412 on BDNF TrkB signaling pathway in ST22 cells and 3xTG mouse model. The in vitro results indicates that the 100 and 1000 microgram of the TCU is toxic for the cell, so we picked up the 1 and 10 microgram for the treatment. For the inhibition of the TrkB, we have chosen the 20 micromolar of the Na12, which I am using for the treatment of the following groups. And in vivo, the OFT, T-maze, and the Morris water maze results indicates that the TCU412 have effect on improving the locomotor activity, working memory, and the spatial memory. Thank you. For more details, you can visit my poster number 37.
Chang Jin from the Department of Laboratory Medicine and Biotechnology.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tom. My project is categorization of the Cloderia cepacia phage isolate from eastern Taiwan. We know right now most multiple drug resistant bacterial infection is a world crisis. And the Burkholderia cepacia is one of the commonly found in environment, and it can cause the nosocomial infection. So we try to isolate the phage from the wastewater for it. And the result, we find 24 phage from wastewater, and 12 are showing the strongly lytic efficiency. So we pick up 2 of them, and therefore we're showing phage 7 for example. And phage 7, it can inhibit the host bacteria for 10,000 times less than the host bacteria. And in survival tests, we're using Garenia mononia to test the survival, the infection phage treatment, and we can see the MY1 can inhibit and save the larva for survival. Thank you for everyone. If you have interest, you can visit number 38 for poster number 38 for further question. Thank you.
Okay, now we end the master presentation. Next, we move to the PhD program. Yeah, so I pass the mic to Professor Kang Hong Yang. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the second part for the 2 minutes presentation. This section is students from PhD programs. Okay, the rule is exactly the same as the former one. Okay, so the first one will be Winnie Lin. Please start your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. My research focus is on deciphering the therapeutic mechanism of 骨碎补 in osteoporosis through a zebrafish model and integrative analysis. And according to our previous study, we found a Chinese herb called 骨碎补. It can antagonize the glucocorticoid-induced mineralization reduction in zebrafish larvae by modulating the activity of osteoblasts for the bone formation and also the osteoclast for bone resorption. However, the underlying mechanism still remains unclear. So, to elucidate this anti-osteoporotic effect, we use an integrative strategy by combining the RNA sequencing analysis and target prediction analysis. According to our result, we conclude that 骨碎补 might have the osteoprotective effect by regulating 3 key transcription factors, thereby influence the expression of osteoblast over osteoclast-related differential expression genes, including the collagen 1, A1A, and also MMP9. And if you are interested about our research, please come to poster number 2 for more detail. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, the next one is Lin Ruan.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lin, and my poster is cytotoxicity of compound A in castration-resistant prostate cancer cell. As you know, CRPC is cancer that continues to grow despite an androgen detection therapy, and ATF function as the oncogenesis or tumor suppressor in prostate cancer. Notably, the compound A is the synthetic chemical derivative with total similarity to tanzanite 2A. However, we don't know the cytotoxicity of compound A in CRPC cells. That reason we evaluate that. And in this presentation, the results of that the compound A were found cytotoxic on CRPC cell lines, particularly on olaparib-resistant CYP2B. It's also upregulated ATF3 mRNA at 24 hours And from RNA sequencing, the data show that compound I relate to the ferroptosis pathway. This finding show compound I have cytotoxic on CRPC cell lines, particularly on the olaparib resistant C4-2B, and providing promising approach to target the drug-resistant CRPC. If you have interesting, you can please visit me at Poster 3. Thank you for attention.
The next one is Guo Zhongpan.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Trung, and my advisor is Professor Yen Wei Hong. My poster, Planoid E413, white chain exhibits anti-leukemic effect in the human acute myeloid leukemia and cytarabine-resistant cells. It aims to explore a potential new treatment for PML. It's an expressive leukemia and high resistance to cytarabine. And we study E413 white chain. It's a flavonoid found in Artemisia species, and due to its non-pharmacological properties. And next, our results show that E413 white chain have significantly reduced the viability of the various human ML cells and patient cancer cells with no toxicity in the normal PBMC. Moreover, it can inhibit the cell proliferation, G1 aggressive cell cycle in the G1 phase, and induce the monocytic differentiation. Additionally, RNA sequencing analysis can identify the GOPP and ML-associated genes in response to this compound treatment. And this compound can target on the LDL receptor is the poor prognostic factor in ML. And finally, this compound can enhance the efficacy of the standard treatments, especially the cytarabine, venetoclax, and midostaurin. If you wish to visit the poster number 6 for the further discussion. Thank you for listening.
Okay, next one will be Li Juanling, also from the Institute of Medical Sciences.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is to explore the dynamic dementia caregiver burden index and its related factors. And I think the dementia is a progressive increasing burden. So in the traditional course method, it's hard to dynamically long-term care. And our research is introduced another approach assessing the caregivers and by moving beyond that and the molecular scale. And we use the Traviroda approximation, and we aim to assess the subjective factor associated with cognitive decline and the care burden to portray the chronological curve of caregiver burden for the dementia and the caregiver burden area index. This is a result. Most of 29 caregivers mean age were near 60, and most of female and the daughter, and the care year is around 6. And dominant education were college and above. And 5 comorbidity influence on care burden and cognitive decline were chronic renal failure, urine incontinence, depression, sleep disorder, and cancer. And the average CPAI was 4.94, and the first floor is within 5 years, second is over 5 to 10 years, and the third is 12. And in conclusion, a family event has significant contribute to the complexity, and I think the burden does not decrease over time despite increased familiarity with care. Thank you for your listen, and welcome to panel number 10. Thank you again. Thank you.
Okay, next one is Guan Ruyou.
Good morning, professors and ladies and gentlemen. My name is You Wanru. Today I'd like to talk about my topic is relationship of pelvic floor muscle pain and urinary biomarkers on bladder condition in women with interstitial cystitis bladder pain syndrome. Okay, in the first, as we know, the ICBPS is a chronic disease characterized by bladder pain, urgency, and frequency. And ICBPS is a heterogeneous multifactorial disease and is highly associated with somatic symptoms. So it's not only a physical therapy, but also a psychological therapy. So pelvic floor muscle pain has also been complained about a certain percentage of women with ICBPS. So this study explored the relationship between pelvic floor muscle pain and the urinary biomarkers and the bladder condition in women with ICBPS. So we use a transvaginal digital examination to define the pelvic muscle pain. If patient have at least one trigger point, we will define a pelvic floor muscle pain. And we will compare the subjective and objective parameters. And in our result, 85% patient has pelvic muscle pain, and they all have pain-predominant phenotype, and dyspareunia, and comorbidity, and ICBPS severity. And the urine biomarker, we saw the NIP1 beta also increase in the pelvic muscle pain group. So our conclusion is pelvic muscle pain does not have a direct impact on bladder condition in women with ICBPS. Patient with received severity of IC symptoms is associated with the pelvic muscle pain. So multimodal therapy in the ICBPS is necessary. Thank you.
Okay, next one we have Tampisu James Pada to do his presentation.
Good afternoon, Professor and colleagues. I'm from the poster number 14. So for my poster, it does focus on the pentaicid foot muscle and how to estimate the muscle volume. So why we would like to focus on the pentaicid foot muscle? Because when the foot muscle has some muscle weakness, after that it can affect our balance and postural control. After that, it also increases all the injury on the lower limb, and also it's related to some foot pathology. So how we can measure the muscle strength on the foot muscle, right? So usually if you want to measure that, we want to use the muscle volume. Muscle volume is not only can measure the muscle strength, and also we can use to assessment the improvement of the patient related to the muscle. And it also can use to know that the treatment that we use it can improve the muscle performance or not. And it also can use to early detect some pathology related to the muscle. And after that, for my study, I just use the sonography or the portable ultrasound to estimate the muscle volume, because this one is maybe the fairly user than another technique, and it also didn't take many cost of the money to use that. And after that, for my result, I also identify the equation that we can use to measure the muscle volume on the 6 pentaicid foot muscle. And after that, the result is said that this equation is measurable to use to identify the muscle volume. So if you interest on my study and you also would like to know in the detail how we can use the sonography to measure muscle volume, or how the accuracy of the equation, or how important of the equation of the estimate muscle volume, please join my poster, visit my poster number 14. Thank you.
Okay, next one is Cai Yujuan.
Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is contraction and the distortion of the dominant function of OI-55 from vertical page 5P1 district. Pseudomonas aeruginosa is a gram-negative opportunistic passage. It's found in the cornea wound. To address the overuse the antibiotic and the detection delay, our lab isolation the phase 5P1-3 is can against the carbapenem-resistant Pseudomonas aeruginosa and the multi-drug resistant Pseudomonas aeruginosa. And our fund, this phage OR55 is belong to the tail fiber. It have two domains. One is tail fiber protein, and another one is SGL hydrolase superfamily. To better understand their function, our contraction their protein contraction different fragment and the expression of protein. And our finding SGLH deletion tail and the 619 is can degrade CRPA polysaccharide, and the TFP55 it can recognize MDRPA and the CRPA as few as 10 bacterial cells. So it means it can be a diagnostic tool. Thanks for listening.
Okay, the next one is Shi Ronglin.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shi Ronglin. I would like to share my study data identification of the 10 substitute cation isomers with the mass spectrometry. The 10 substitute cation is the structure and positional isomers with the same molecular weight. Based on the mass spectral patterns of the GCMS, they can be divided into 3 different groups with the best peak at an OV 133 and 119 and 182. And only 9 peaks were observed at the first temperature ramp program. Peak 4 contains 3 isomers and is partially resolved with peak 5, and the peak 1 and the peak 2 are partially resolved. Peak 1 and peak 2, as well as peak 4 and 5, are well separated at a decreased temperature ramp rate. However, 3 collutin isomers in peak 4 are still not well separated. The 4 isomers is in peak 4 and 5 were reacted with acetic anhydride and analyzed with 2 different temperatures. The 4 isomers were separated into 2 partially peaks at the first temperature ramp, and were separated at the decreased temperature ramp of the 5 degrees per minute. Based on the mass spectral patterns of the 4 isomers, the 3 isomers were similar, and the other one was significantly different than the other 3 isomers. The GCMS, the forensic urine sample derived with TFA and analyzed with GCMS were detected with multiple drugs, including 4-MeP and 4-MEC. Thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, next one is Li Xinhua from the Translational Medicine PhD program.
Good morning, my name is Li Xinhua, and my research topic is the neurobiology of acupuncture sensation and its therapeutic application for itch relief in atopic dermatitis. Itch is one of the most troubling and hard to control symptoms of atopic dermatitis, leading many people to seek acupuncture treatment. Previous studies have shown that acupuncture can relieve itch through acupoint L-I11 Qi And during the acupuncture therapy, the doctor will twist the needle called nianzhen to induce a de qi phenomenon. And while patient will experience a soreness sensation, we call it Shen He, which is coined by Dr. Chen Zhicheng. However, the exact mechanism of de qi remains unknown, since de qi is an indicator of proper techniques and acupoint targeting. So we believe that it is an important knowledge gap of acupuncture's mechanism. Acid sensing ion channels are most likely targeted for this mechanism, since it is each related and can be activated by mechanical force. So we propose a hypothesis that acupuncture needle can interact with ECM, extracellular matrix, causing a pulling force, and activate the ion channel on the terminal, so to produce some feeling and produce a therapeutic effect. So our first aim is to determine the identity of neuron projecting to the acupoint LI11 and validate the effect of acupuncture qi on each relief through animal model. And use the knockout acid, specific acid knockout mice to further confirm their role in the qi mediate each relief. Thank you for listening.
Okay, the very last student to do the 2-minute presentation is Ting Rui Liang.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Liang Tingrui, and my study focused on liver fibrosis caused by schistosomiasis. Okay. Schistosomiasis is a severely debilitating disease caused close associated with poverty and often result in chronic liver damage. So this figure shows the life cycle of schistosoma. After Saccharia penetrates the skin of the final host, they circulate through the bloodstream and thereby into adult worm in liver. Eventually, they pair off in liver, migrate to the mesenteric vessels, and lay eggs. Eggs will accumulate in the liver or other organs. The main pathogenic cause of schistosomiasis is the accumulation of eggs in the liver, which cause abnormal liver function, liver fibrosis, or cirrhosis. The standard treatment for schistosomiasis is progesterone, which can kill the adult worm but does not eliminate eggs, means it does not improve liver damage. So in my study, Nargini is used as a treatment for schistosomiasis, and so we can see the result we can see the body index and the liver function, some biomarkers. Nargine can reduce the hepatosplenomegaly and improve liver function, and it also decrease granuloma formation and decrease immune cell infiltration and decrease the fibrotic area. Thank you for everyone.
Okay, before ending this section, I would like to thank all the students they give really effort to try to present the comprehensive data in 2 minutes. Okay, so please speak applause for all the students.
Thank you to the moderators and to all the senior students for their excellent presentation. And that concludes the morning session. The afternoon session promised to be equally exciting, and it is now finally time for lunch. Please collect your meal boxes by presenting your lunch vouchers. And the afternoon session will begin promptly at 1:30 p.m. Please be sure to return to your seat. International Medicine at City University to serve as the moderator for the upcoming session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the afternoon activity. It's my great honor to introduce the next distinguished speaker, Professor Tatsuyoshi Kawamura. So Professor Kawamura, the current position is the Vice Director of Yamanashi Medical University, Vice Dean of the Faculty of Medicine in University of Yamanashi, and also the Vice Director of Yamanashi University Hospital. Professor Kawamura is also right now the Professor and the Chair of the Department of Dermatology in the University of Yamanashi. So in our audience, did you ever been to Yamanashi? Yamanashi is a very beautiful prefecture in Japan. Yeah. I think later Professor maybe introduce a little bit. So Professor Kawamura earned his PhD in Yamanashi Medical University, and after that he went to US NIH National Institute of Health as the postdoctoral fellow for 4 years. And over those years, Professor Kawamura has accomplished very excellent work about HIV infection and cutaneous immunity. And he has gotten many important awards, such as the Japanese Society for Investigative Dermatology, or the Journal of Japanese Dermatology Association, and also NIH Fellow Award for Research Excellence. Today, he will deliver a talk about the roles of Langerhans cell in HIV infection and zinc deficiency. Let's welcome Professor.
Thank you very much, Professor Chang, for your kind introduction. Today I'd like to talk about the role of Langerhans cell in HIV infection and zinc deficiency. First of all, I must appreciate the organizer of this meeting and Professor Chang for giving me an opportunity to present our data. I have no CUI. This is the picture of a university and the University of Yamanashi Hospital. And these are the members of our department. And Professor Chang, almost 30 years ago, Professor Chang used to be studying Langerhans cells in our laboratory at this building. And I searched photography in my photo album, but most old one was discarded. So it was finally I found only one picture of you, and by chance I was next to you, and this picture was taken in 1993, so almost 32 years ago. She was studying Langerhans cells in our department. Yamanashi Prefecture is located in the west of Tokyo. It takes 1.5 hours by train, and famous for Mount Fuji, highest mountain in Japan. Yamanashi is a place of rich nature in each season. Also famous for peaches and grapes. And our Yamanashi University has the Institute of Enology and Viticulture, and produces our original wines. And in this winter, I will host the International Dermatology Meeting, 50th anniversary of JSID in Yamanashi. You can see the Mount Fuji poster. And I welcome you graph of reported cases of HIV and AIDS per year in Taiwan. And you can see the green bars here. The number of newly infected HIV cases are recently decreasing, but around 1,000 persons were infected with HIV per year. And as you know, the most common mode of acquiring HIV infection is by heterosexual transmission. And following sexual exposure to HIV, viruses cross mucosal or cutaneous epithelium and is eventually disseminated from the site of infection to the proximally located draining lymph nodes, where it establishes a permanent infection in the host. And in the heterosexual transmission of HIV, Langerhans cells are thought to be the initial cellular targets for HIV and play a crucial role in spreading HIV from mucosal sites to the draining lymph nodes. And Langerhans cells is a tissue resident to macrophage, used to be dendritic, thought to be a dendritic cells, and in the epithelium of skin and the epithelium of mucosa of whole body. And in general, the roles of Langerhans cells in HIV infection is often compared to double-edged sword, because at the site of HIV exposure, Langerhans cells which acquire HIV immigrate to the draining lymph nodes where they present HIV antigen to CD4 T cells and induce HIV antigen-specific T cell proliferation. This is a very important immunity. On the other hand, since the Langerhans cells can move from the site of infection to the draining lymph nodes, they may play some role in viral dissemination. What are the cellular targets in genital skin or mucosa? As you know, the epithelium in vagina, ectocervix, penile glands, foreskin is stratified squamous epithelium. And the epithelium in rectum is a single columnar epithelium. And long time ago, keratinocytes thought to be infected with HIV, but of course the possibility was denied. Keratinocytes are not susceptible to HIV. So next, direct penetration of HIV was advocated, but this possibility was also denied because tight junction and desmosomes provide a protective barrier to viral infection. On the other hand, HIV can easily penetrate through epithelium monolayers via transcytosis by M cells. Okay. So the question is how HIV crosses stratified squamous epithelium of vagina, ectocervix, penile glands, and foreskin. HIV can be divided into two major strains. One is R5 HIV, which uses CD4 and CCR5 to enter the cells. And the other is X4 HIV, which uses CD4 and CCR4 for cell entry. And several epidemiologic studies reveal that in sexual transmission, heterosexual transmission of HIV, more than 90% of HIV strains obtained from the patients soon after primary infection are R5 HIV, suggesting the importance of CCR5 as a critical cofactor in heterosexual transmission of HIV. And my fellow in NIH, Dr. Zutabe, reported that Langerhans cells express CD4 and high levels of CCR5, but not CXCR4. So we hypothesize that immature LCs in mucosa or skin can be selectively infected with R5 HIV, and then consequently selective alpha-5 HIV transmission occurs at the levels of Langerhans cells. So to model the initial biological events following mucosal exposure to virus, we established an ex vivo model whereby epithelial sheets were obtained from suction blister areas of the volunteers, and then HIV, high concentration of HIV were exposed to epidermal sheets, Langerhans cells in the epidermal sheets, and after vigorous washing, epithelial sheets were floated to allow the emigration of Langerhans cells into the surrounding media. And strikingly, we could find HIV P2N24 positive HIV-infected Langerhans cells when R5 HIV, but not XO HIV, was exposed to the skin. And we also found that HIV, R5 HIV virions budding from the membrane of Barbeck-Granny positive Langerhans cells. And Barbeck granules here are the characteristic structure of LC. So anyway, we could detect R5 HIV infection in the Langerhans cells. We reported some other papers regarding HIV infection of LCs. And taken together, we hypothesized that at the site of HIV exposure, HIV R5 and XO HIV in the semen or vaginal fluid exposed to sex partner. And at the site of HIV exposure, Langerhans cells can be infected with R5 HIV, but not XO HIV via CD4 and CCL5, and then emigrate to the brain lymph nodes where they duplicate HIV virion to the CD4 T cells, and leading to vigorous production of new HIV virions by T cells. So we considered that CD4 and CCL5 mediated infection of LCs play a crucial role in viral dissemination. And we termed this model primary gatekeeper model of Langerhans cells. However, other groups advocated a new concept, trans-transmission model. They found that Langerin, which is a CD8 receptor expressed on Langerhans cells, can bind both R5 and XO HIV, and they hypothesized that LC capture HIV without the infection, and after emigrating to the draining lymph node, they facilitate, Langerin facilitates viral infection of CD4 T cells. So they hypothesized that Langerhans cells, which capture HIV via Langerin, and then emigrate to the draining lymph nodes, then transmit the virus to CD4 T cells without infection of Langerhans cells. So they termed this model trans-transmission model. So which is true? Which are the precise biological events? Transmission, trans-transmission, or our gatekeeper model? In other words, capture by LC or infection of LC. The answer was brought by this paper. The title is Langerin is natural barrier to HIV transmission by Langerhans cells. They found that HIV virions captured by Langerin were internalized into Barbeck granules and then degraded. This means that Langerin prevents HIV transmission from LCs to CD4 T cells. On the other hand, they confirmed our findings that R5 HIV infection bound to R5 HIV bound to CD4 and CCL5 leading to the subsequent LC infection and transmission to CD4 T cells. Actually, the last author of this paper is Dr. Gatenbeek, who is one of the most famous HIV researcher, and his paper supported our gatekeeper model idea. And so this transmission model was denied, and they confirmed our gatekeeper model. So the next question is, how Langerin degrades HIV? So Dr. Gatenbeek's groups also reported Nature in 2016 and addressed the role of Langerin as a barrier to HIV. As they found in the previous paper, a capture of HIV by Langerhans induced internalization of Barbeck virus into the Barbeck granules. And then torin-5 alpha recruits ATG5, which elicits autophagosome formation. And vesicles containing Langerhans HIV and capsid complex are targeted into autophagosomes for lysosomal degradation. So HIV bound to Langerhans is degraded by autophagy. Our group also addressed the role of Langerhans as a barrier to HIV. This is our recent paper, and first of all, we for the first time revealed the 3D structure of Barbeck granules by Langerhans. You can see beautiful Langerhans lattice formation in which the central Langerhans trimers, shown as blue, binds to the 3 inverted Langerhans trimers, shown as red. And in addition, we also found that HIV envelope bound to the Langerhans tetramer complex, and in the close-up view, branches of oligosaccharide interact with primary, shown as pink, yellow, and the secondary, shown as pink, binding sites. Okay, in summary, Langerhans cells are the initial cellular targets in the sexual transmission of HIV, and CD4 and CCR5 mediated infection of LCs play a crucial role in viral dissemination and in the spreading HIV from local sites to the draining lymph nodes. And HIV captured by Langerhans is internalized into Barbeck granules and degraded, and Langerhans prevents HIV transmission. It is very important that binding affinity of HIV to Langerhans is much higher than that to CD4 and CCR5. So, in the heterosexual transmission of HIV, most HIV virions contained in the vaginal fluid or semen, most virions were bound to Langerhans and then degraded by autophagy. However, the remaining HIV, which escape from the binding to the Langerhans, can be infected with LCs via CD4 and CCR5, and then the virus virions were disseminated to the lymphatic organs. This our model explains why the probability of acquiring HIV in the heterosexual transmission is extremely low, around 0.1 to 1% per 1 coital act. Okay, I have to move to another story, the roles of Langerhans cells in the zinc deficiency. Zinc is an essential trace element required for cell growth and development and differentiation. And zinc deficiencies can be divided in 2 groups. One is congenital form and the other is acquired form. And congenital form is called agrodermatitis enteropathica. And congenital AE occurs worldwide with an estimated incidence of 1 per 500,000 children, where it has been estimated that more than 2 billion people have a nutritional deficiency for zinc in developing countries. And more importantly, even in developed countries, even in Japan, more than half of the elderly people suffer from latent zinc deficiency. In Japan, they are called hidden zinc deficiency patients, orders. Okay, so the question is how zinc deficiency causes agrodermatitis. Acrodermatitis antiopathica has symptoms of diarrhea, alopecia, and characteristic skin lesions on ocular and anogenital and peripheral areas. And nobody knows why this zinc deficiency, the acrodermatitis occurs in such strange areas. On the other hand, zinc plays a central role in the immune system because zinc deficiency reduces the number of TB cells and depletes the function of TB and NK cells. So zinc deficiency diminishes the cellular and humoral immunity like AIDS. But paradoxically, a patient presented the immunostimulating inflammation in the peripheral or other anogenital skin areas. So to address the issue, since the acrodermatitis is often seen on the areas subject to repeated contact, we hypothesize that the dermatitis may be caused by contact dermatitis. So we examined the simple examination, allergic contact dermatitis to DNFB and irritant contact dermatitis to Croton. There are two kinds of contact dermatitis, and we examined the two contact dermatitis in the mice fed zinc deficient diet and zinc adequate diet. And as expected, allergic contact dermatitis response was clearly decreased in the zinc deficient mice here. But surprisingly, irritant contact dermatitis response was significantly increased and prolonged in the zinc deficient mice. I have never seen such a strange mice with increased allergic response, but decreased allergic response, but increased irritant response. But we assume that this paradoxical phenomenon is just what's going on in the patients. So we took a big fake biopsy specimen and see histological examination demonstrated that in the normal mice there are normal T-cell infiltration, but in the zinc deficient mice they exhibited subcorneal vacuolization and ballooning degeneration in the epidermis, and these histological features are characteristic of human zinc deficiency dermatitis, human AE. That is cytoplasmic pallor, vacuolization, and balloon degeneration. So the conclusion is that human acrodermatitis is caused by contact with irritants, but not allergens. Contact with irritants in the daily life. So the mechanism extracellular ATP, adenosine triphosphate serves as a causative mediator for ICD. For example, irritants trigger the ATP release from keratinocyte as a consequence of cell damage, and then once released, extracellular ATP induces neutrophil-dominant skin inflammation. So this is the mechanism of irritant contact dermatitis. And so we just measured the extracellular ATP released from the skin, Croton oil applied skin obtained from GA and GD mice. And as expected, the skin tissues obtained from GD mice release significantly greater amounts of extracellular ATP compared to the control mice. And more importantly, CD39 expressed by Langerhans cells is responsible for hydrolyzing ATP, extracellular ATP, released by keratinocytes. Okay, so CD39 on LCs play a protective role against extracellular ATP mediated inflammation. So we next examine the number of ectodermal disease. As you can see, the CD1 MHC class and CD positive, double positive lung cancer, the number of LCs are gradually decreased with time, and at 6 weeks later, we cannot see any LCs in the epidermis shown as red. In human samples, we also see the tested the number of ganglion positive LCs, and you can see the ganglion positive LCs are increased in atopic dermatitis or psoriasis, but we cannot detect any Langerhans cells in the 303A patients. So why LCs in the epidermis disappeared in the zinc deficiency? And there are two mechanisms. One mechanism is TGF-beta. TGF-beta is important for the survival of LC, but as you can see, the zinc deficiency clearly dramatically decreased the levels of TGF-beta in the epidermis. And the second reason is that the TPEN, which is a chelating reagent for the zinc, which directly induce apoptosis of murine and human Langerhans cells. So this is a summary. Allergic contact dermatitis in GD mice was significantly decreased, but in ICD, in GD mice was significantly increased and prolonged. And the historical examination of ICD lesions demonstrated subcorneal vascularization and ballooning, which are historical feature of AE. And the zinc deficiency significantly augmented ATP release from keratinocytes in response to protonol. And finally, the number of Langerhans cells was decreased in GD mice as well as in lesional skin of AE patients. So this is the conclusion. Final slide in my talk. In normal condition, irritants such as stool or urine induce ATP release from the keratinocyte. However, the CD39 expressed on LCs hydrolyzed the ATP, and so LCs play a protective role against extracellular ATP-mediated irritant contact dermatitis. However, in the situation of the zinc deficiency, apparent ATP release from keratinocytes and impaired LC-independent hydrolysis of extracellular ATP are crucial mechanisms in the pathogenesis of AE. Okay, I'd like to thank our collaborators for their helpful suggestions. Thank you for your attention.
This Kawamura use very sophisticated way to tell us the importance of skin to play the role as a very defense organ and focus on the Langerhans cells. So we have time can open for question. So please.
Thank you for your talk. In the first part, is language expressed in ganglion cells different between inactivated LC cell and information activated LC cells? Is language expressed different between inactivated LC cell and information activated LC cells? No, I mean language in your first part. The expression is very different in the information inactivated or information activated condition. In different conditions, but the language expression change.
Okay, good question. Actually, after activation, language expression is decreased on the cell surface. So after migration to the draining lymph nodes, the expression of language is very low. So you know.
This is correct.
And in the second part study, where HIV infection more prevalent in the genetic deficiency patient or not? Should I repeat the question?
Yeah.
Where HIV infection more prevalent in genetic deficiency patient?
Yeah.
Where HIV infect more prevalent, more HIV infection in the genetic deficient
Okay. Yeah. I think so. But I don't know the epidemiologic studies regarding language expression versus HIV acquisition rate. So that's a good question, but I don't have an answer to the question. Sorry.
Thank you for a very interesting topic. I'm just curious, in the zinc deficiency case, you mentioned there's more ATP release in response to irritant. Right. So I just wonder whether in that context, whether there's any neurogenic effect, because ATP will activate non-beta-ergic neuron in the skin, and they can lead to itching.
Good question. Yeah, actually, in that context, we have an itch. When we have an that's eczema. In general, the ICD is called eczema, chronic eczema or something, non-allergic reaction. So, of course, we feel itchy in the ICD region. So, and ATP is also related to the C-type neuron, C-type fiber of neuron, and may relevant to the itchy. But I don't know, there are not so many papers regarding ATP and neurosensor or itchy. So I don't know the exact answer, but I think as for the pain, ATP is important, and probably zinc deficiency may affect the pain in the brain. I read the paper in the Nature Neurology or something like that. But as for itchy, we don't have any data. Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe Professor Chen has some kind of hypothesis. So is there any other question? Since Professor Kawamura showed an old photo in 1993, that's the photo taken in a retreat when we both stayed in Yamanashi Department of Dermatology. At that moment, the chair is Professor Kunihiko Tamaki. And you know that Professor Tamaki is the scientist discovered the Langerhans cell originated from bone marrow. And at that moment, the associate professor is Masutaka Furue. He learned the cytokines work, how to regulate Langerhans cells function. So today I'm really very happy to see after our mentor and Professor Kawamura really found how to say new word about Langerhans cells. Congratulations for your excellent work. We present Tsuchi University, we have a souvenir for the professor.
Next, we would like to invite Professor Li Niantong, Chair of the Department of Microbiology and Immunology, to serve as the moderator for the upcoming session.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session. Okay, in this session, we will have 4 speakers. They will discuss and just focus on microbiome research, disease diagnostics, and translational medicine. Okay, so now we just welcome our first speaker, Dr. Zheng Jinhong. He is from General Manager and the Chairman of the Board at GenMark Biotechnology. Dr. Zheng will present on artificial intelligence in microbiome research with a hands-on narrative. His talk will provide valuable insights into how AI is being integrated into microbiome research to enhance data analysis and application. Okay, now let's give a warm welcome to our first speaker.
Good afternoon. Thanks for invitation. Okay, my name is Zheng Jinhong. So today I'm going to talk about artificial intelligence in microbiome research with a hands-on narrative. Okay. So I'm from GenMark Biotechnology, which is located in Taichung since 2016. Okay, so our company is providing a lot of microbiome research services, including human sample processing, DNA extraction, and umbilical checkout sequencing until microbiome bioinformatics analysis. So if you have chance to visit Central Taiwan Science Park, you are welcome to stop by. Okay, so today I'm going to separate my talk into 3 sections. The first one will be a brief introduction of artificial intelligence, and the second part will be the AI applications in microbiome research. And the last part, I will introduce shortly my personal experience of AI applications. So, what's artificial intelligence exactly? So I just remember one of my statistics professors ever said, okay, AI is just the rebranding of statistics. So at the very, let me image that the statistics like a crack on the wall. So for people, most people don't see its value. So when somebody just put a new frame on it and rename it as a machine learning, it now looks better. Okay, so for nowadays, or for at least the last 5 years, another group of people just renamed the machine learning into artificial intelligence. Now we get a lot of attention. So actually, for today's year, AI is very popular. Until in this year, 2005, you can Google AI tools online and you can find ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity, Claude, Copilot, and even DeepSeek from China. So those tools increase our efficiency in terms of work or productions or even content generations. So let's go back to the more academic viewpoints. So actually, artificial intelligence is a broad discipline. It includes machine learning, and in machine learning there is one field called deep learning, which majorly using neural network to achieve the prediction or machine learning jobs. However, behind all of these disciplines, the statistics is the most important backbone. So from my point of view, I would say artificial intelligence is the overarching field. Okay, so which is designed to make machine intelligent. So under AI, this field, we have a subfield called machine learning. So which means we try to teach machine to learn from data. Okay, particularly use those machine learning algorithms to teach machine for prediction and classification tasks. And under machine learning, we have deep learning, so which is a field using neural network to automate feature selection for machine learning tasks, which cannot be easily achieved by using man-made algorithms. And in recent years, we have generative AI, so it also learns from big data. Okay. However, the purpose of generative AI is used to generate resampling or even novel contents. Okay. So the second section, I will introduce some AI applications in microbiome research. Okay. So in terms of microbiome research, the most part I'm doing is do the analysis. Okay, after we obtain the sequencing data from sequencing machine, so we need to process our sequence into data and the data into knowledge. So basically, there are two types of analytic strategies. The first one is statistic-based approach. The other one is AI-based approach. Okay, for statistic-based methods, from genome assembly and the normalization of the abundance of genes or taxon, and even our ordination method, which we can use to reduce the dimension, okay, or to visualize our data on the 2D plane. And the last one is the testing, hypothesis testing, which can enhance our understanding to see which taxon or which function was enriched in one sample or not. Okay, for the statistical-based approach, all of these approaches are applied to dig out the knowledge from the data. However, if you want to put the data or knowledge into application, we need AI-based work. Okay, so which include machine learning or deep learning or natural language processing. Okay. So why do we need AI-based strategies? Because AI-based strategy, as I mentioned before, AI-based strategies is based on the statistics. So which is scientific disciplines has a long-standing history, which means a lot of analytical method has their well-established frameworks. So the second reason is that thanks to the advanced computation capacity, now a lot of modeling cannot be, which cannot be achieved decades ago, now is doable. Okay, and then the last reason is that when we come back to our microbiome data, it's really high dimension, including taxonomy information, metabolic profile, and even metadata. So metadata means the parameter you can collect. Okay. However, if you want to integrate more omics data like proteomics, transcriptomics, or even some other omics data, the dimension of your data will scale up, so which is cannot be handled by traditional machine learning approach. So how does AI-based strategy works? So when we if our study want to go to AI-based strategy, there are two types of goal you want to achieve. The first one is classification, and the second one is prediction. Okay, and no matter which goal you want to achieve, there are two phases you must experience. The first one, the training phase, which means we use labeled data to build our model. Okay, and then the second phase will be the prediction phase. Okay. Which means that we will use unlabeled data to validate our model, to see how the model works for other data sets. Okay? So regarding microbiome data, before we put those data into modeling, we need to do the model compatible format conversion. And after that, we can feed our data into feature selection and modeling. And then that we can obtain the model for applications. Okay, so AI in microbiome research has a lot of application scenarios. So you can see here, this pie includes a lot of applications. And I think one of the applications is more relevant to today's conference. It's called microbiome disease interactions. Okay. And in this kind of application, here I list some research paper related to using microbiome to study some layer interaction to diseases. And I summarized some AI models they used in their paper, like from very conventional logistic regression or Lasso model, Lasso regression SVN and the CNN convolution neural network and the random forest. Okay, so they studied IBD or IBS and dysbiosis and to obesity and multiple sclerosis. Okay, and more recently AI get more prevalent in microbiome research. And here is one example published in 2023. Okay, they studied gut, how does gut microbiome related to pediatric allergy. Okay, by using random forest, they identify some bacteria associated with pediatric allergens. So, for example, I put blue rectangles here for those bacteria if the infant acquire low abundance of blue bacteria here or acquire higher number of red bacteria here at 1 year old, they are more likely to acquire allergic disease at the year of 5. Okay. The allergic disease including allergic rhinitis, asthma, atopic dermatitis, and even food allergy. Okay. Another interesting, I think this paper is also very important because they use gut microbiome to study immunotherapy response from patients. Okay, so this study was carried out by UK group. Okay, but they are also using random forest modeling. Okay, they recruit patients from 3 rare cancers. Okay, so I list cancer here. Okay, by studying their gut microbiome profile, either taxonomy profile only or in combination with clinical parameters. Okay, they use this data as model building sources and do the cross-validation by random forest. And the results show that by using only clinical parameters, this kind of prediction rate accuracy can reach only 56%. However, if you base on the taxonomy profile, you can increase accuracy by 20%. And another interesting discovery is that they found the response depends on the treatment regimens. So as far as we know, when we are treating cancer patients, there can be mono immunotherapy or combination of immunotherapies. So when they build the training model and testing model using the cohort or under the same regimen, okay, even combo immunotherapy or monotherapy, okay, their mean AUC area on the curve could be higher if the training or testing model source is from different regimens. So which means under the immunotherapy process, the gut microbiome will also change. Okay, so the direction of the microbiome change will also will affect the outcome of the patient's responsibility to immunotherapy. Okay, here I show you a very popular plot in AI papers. Okay, not only limited to microbiome. So if you ever read some AI papers, so you may encounter this figure a lot often. Okay, so this value is called a Sharpe value. So which we used most to evaluate how important of the feature contribute to the model. So in this paper, they build a model to predict the fecal butyrate concentrations. Okay, they try to identify which factors affect more importantly to the butyrate, fecal butyrate. So for example, here they found the age factors is most important, and the purple color here is the low value of age, which is young person. So young person often get a higher butyrate concentration in their feces compared to the elders. Okay, so under machine learning, we have deep learning. So remember? Okay, so deep learning application is also growing in microbiome field, but it's also still in very primitive stage. Okay, so deep learning employs neural networks. Okay, NN, so we abbreviate as NN here, with multiple layers. Okay, able to capture hidden and complex patterns. And so deep learning is suitable for massive or high-dimensional data sets. So popular neural network architectures, here I list 3 types of neural networks. The first one is convolutional neural networks, CNN. So it is very suitable for all grid-like data and for image processing. So in the biomedical field, the most early application of artificial intelligence is in the image processing. Okay, so now PNCNN published in last year, it will be also the one pioneer that applied this technique to biomicrobiome research. And the second architecture is autoencoder. So autoencoder is like a neural network structured for data compression and restoration. Okay, by compress and restore, they can keep the important features that can help the model building. And the final GAN is one of this kind of application in studying microbiome. And the last one will be the recurrent neural networks, RNN. RNN is designed for analyzing the sequential or longitudinal data. So in this paper, CNN LSTM, okay, long short-term memories, they try to use longitudinal microbiome dynamics to predict the disease outcome. Okay, so the last one will be the large language model, LLM. So this is quite popular and vibrant area in recent years. And even some scientists have transformed or make LLM into biomedical field. So start from 2020, we have BioBERT and PubMedBERT, or BioGPT, or BioFormer or BioMedLM. So all of them are built on the large language model. So we can try to feed the literature to machine and make machine understand what we discover. And you can just type your queries and they can summarize the paper for you. So I think this kind of application will revolutionize our understanding or knowledge accumulation in recent years. So for the application of LLM in knowledge discovery, I found one paper from Japanese group that quite interesting. So published in 2023. They used GPT. They designed their goal is try to ask the GPT how can we understand, can we ask the GPT the relationship between microbe and the disease. So is it positive, negative, or not available or related? Okay. However, if you don't, you use the GPT directly without any training, so you can find the accuracy is around 50%, just like flipping the coin. However, if you feed the LLM pre-trained data, so which means we need to input some knowledge to the LLM, and they can achieve the accuracy over 80%. So this is the limitation. So if you want to GPT to understand the biology, you need still prepare some teaching materials to educate this GPT to understand. Okay, so the last part will be my personal experience of AI applications. Okay, so in our company, we have ever performed a project to try to find an alternative measurement to replace GC-MS, because GC-MS is too expensive to afford for us. So we collaborate with a company using electrochemical detection methods. So we want to see how good can the electrochemical sensor can approach to the GC-MS result. So we take fecal samples and analyze the short-term fatty acid concentration by different platforms and using ANN to feed those results. And finally, we can acquire a very high accuracy when using electrochemical signals to infer the short-term fatty acid concentration. So no matter acetate, propione, and butane. Okay, 2 minutes. Thanks. Okay, so we can achieve accuracy over 85%. And the last project I participate is that actually in our company we try to use ONT to do the sequencing the microbiome. However, when we compare the microbiome from ONT to Illumina, there exists some discrepancies in terms of the bacteria composition. So for this point, we think, is there any way to adjust the proportion of ONT to Illumina and make that transformation, make the data more likely to approach the Illumina results? So after we use the least square methods, so you can see the proportion or composition of the microbiome can be approached really close to Illumina outcome. Okay. So in terms of accuracy, we use the RMSE, the root mean square of error. So at final level, we can achieve the error percentage under 3%. Okay. So summary here is statistics is the backbone of AI. So if you want to study AI, just take the statistics first. Okay, and there are 2 strategies we can use for microbiome study, statistical based and AI based strategy. And in microbiome research now, the random forest is very popular, and try to use shock value to identify important features. And the last thing I want to mention is that LLM, okay, large language model require pre-trained knowledge, especially in biomedical field for application. Okay, so that's all for today. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Deng gave us so many AI techniques and his experience in this field. Okay, so we also have some gifts for Dr. Deng. Now we will welcome the next speaker. It's Professor Guanghui Lin. Okay, she's from the Department of Microbiology and Immunology, Tzu Chi University. And Professor Lin's presentation is establishment of Tzu Chi cohort study to explore the interaction between aging, diet, microbiota, and disease risk. Will delve into the complex relationships between microbiota, lifestyle factors, and the health outcomes. Okay, now let's welcome Professor Lin.
Thanks for the invitation. Today I'm going to introduce our project report. As the host said, that we are studied to establish the cohort study about the microbiome and the vegetable. So this is our team. I'm Guanghui Lin, and Dr. Liu Jinghong is in charge for metabolome part, and Dr. Chen Junyang is going to in charge for the microbiota part. And most importantly, Dr. Lin Junlong is going to initiate the idea and guiding us for the following processing. So I just showed a few minutes about this project. We try to establish the cohort and the vegetarian study. And the time April, we already finished our IRB and we started to recruit our participants in Tzu Chi Hospital. And in August 8th, we recruited participants from the Jinsi Aptos. And this is the numbers of our participants. And most of the participants in Tzu Chi Hospital is not vegetable, not an omic group, and Jinsi cohort is a vegetable group. And data sample collection, including the questionnaire, they containing some basic information, and plasma sample we are analyzed by LC mass quantification, and fecal sample for microbiota analysis. And in the first part of metabolomic analysis, we established SOP for the plasma sample analysis, and in 30 of the SOP, we already established 16 of them. And this is the chart for the analyzing the metabolomic part. And this is the 30 of them, and the green one shows the 16 metabolites we already analyzed. And today we will focus on the propionate and butyrate. Very interestingly, you can find that in the Jinsi Aptos vegetarian group, they showed highly propionate and butyrate average concentrations. And by analyzing their correlation in the vegetarian year, you can show that positive correlation between the propionate concentration and butyrate concentration. And about the concentration of butyrate and propionate, you can see that only in Jinsi Aptos part they show positive correlation. However, in the other group, you cannot find their correlation. And in the following of the microbial parts that we analyzed by 16S ribosomal RNA and NGS. First of all, we analyzed by their alpha diversity. Apparently, you can see that no matter in gender group, age group, or diet group, there show no significant diversity difference. However, in the microbial composition, in the diet group, they show microbial composition. And here is the age group and the gender group. They show the difference of microbial composition. Interestingly, in the dominant taxa of the microbe, in the Tzu Chi cohort, you can see the Browntia is the most dominant bacteria in every group. It's very interesting. However, in the vegetarian group, we show that Browntia and the Faecalibacterium is the dominant group. And by analyzing of the microbial network, apparently you can see the vegetarian group or omic group, the microbe interaction show quite differently. We took the broad bacteroid as example. You can see that in vegan group, it show highly correlated to bifidobacterium. However, in omic group, it show highly correlated in other bacteria. So what is the meaning of the outcome of the microbial study or the disease? We'll find it out later. So in summary, in Jinsi cohort, we already analyzed some sample of short-chain fatty acid and also established our method for analysis. Okay. Here is my presentation. Thanks for your attention. I'm sure Professor Chen and the professor are also in the audience, so any question you can ask them. I know nothing.
Okay, thanks, Professor Lin, for sharing such insightful research finding. Okay, because due to the limited time, so if you have any question, you just can ask after this session. Okay? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I will host for the next two talks. I'm just do a brief introduction. I'm Zhen Jingfeng. I'm also the faculty in the Tzu Chi University. But currently, I'm working in Taipei Tzu Chi Hospital as a vice superintendent. So our first speaker here will be Dr. Luo Shiyan. I think everybody knows Dr. Luo. He has his bachelor degree in the Department of Medical Technology, National Taiwan University on 1986. And then he has his master degree in Yangming University and PhD degree in the USC, University of Southern California. Dr. Luo has become a faculty since last century, right? 1996. And currently, he is the professor in the Tzu Chi University and serves as the Department of Laboratory Medicine and Biotechnology. Let's welcome Dr. Luo for the development of rapid diagnostic tests for pediatric infectious disease.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Thank you all. Good afternoon. Our 3-year project intends to develop rapid diagnostic antigen test for pediatric infectious diseases. These infectious diseases include EVA71, EVD68, RSV, HSV1, and HSV2. These are all clinical important pathogens. We try to make new monoclonal antibodies to detect this virus infection. So these antigens listed here are selected by the target because they are conservative within the same virus group, such as BP1 from enteroviruses and nucleocapsid protein from RSV virus. Our approach is straightforward. We just produce and purify this viral protein in different expression systems, such as E. coli and all mammalian cells, such as CHO cell. And then we use this antigen to generate and screen monoclonal antibody in conventional mice model. And then if the antibody is good, then we will produce more antibody. Use DNA exo expression in CHO cell. And then this antibody will be used to construct the prototype of the antigen, limited antigen test, such as latex-based lateral flow immunoassay strips. And then we have this prototype. We can confer the sensitivity and the specificity of this prototype using clinical sample. This is our strategy. So this is the first year report. So we express the 3 proteins in E. coli because they are non-glycosylated. In this year we will produce other 3 in the mammalian cell, such as CHO cell. And this is the expression and the purification of EVD68BP1 here. The purification is okay, but that's just because of solubility a little bit bad. And then this is EVA71, and then here. Okay. Then this one is a nucleocapsid protein of RSV, and here. Because this is the first year, so we use this recombinant viral protein to generate and screen monoclonal antibody. For the first year, we do these 2 different viral antigens. And then after hybridoma screening, we screened this hybridoma polyclone using ELISA. We found 5 different clones have very good body affinity against EVA71, and 4 clones can have a good body affinity against EVD68 BP1. So we purify the antibody from the single hybridoma clone, then quality are very good. Then we further characterize this antibody using different approaches. Investment variety in under reducing and non-reducing condition. You find here that this 5 EVA71 monoclonal antibody can react with the antigen under both conditions, which may indicate this epitope recognized as linear epitope. And then 3 out of 4 monoclonal body from the hybridoma can recognize the EBD68. Suppose they are also recognized linear epitope. So we also sequence the DNA of this antibody, the sequence, and then reduce the 14 amino acid sequence as listed here. So they are different. So we summarize from previous data that this molecular body should recognize different linear epitope on the VP1 protein. We want to further, before we do we do produce more antibody. So we don't want to further characterize whether this molecular body will cross-react with each other. Then we use virus-infected cell lysate as the antigen, and then we do the immunoblotting. The then one is cell lysate, then 2 is the contain the EV71, and the then 2 then 3 from contain the EVD68 from different clinical isolate. Then from here we know that except chrome 1, chrome 2, 3, 4, 5 are not specific. We can recognize EV71 but not 68. At the same time, we only 2 chrome from the EVD68 are available. One, the affinity no good. Then another one, the other specific can recognize the EVD68 but not EV71. So conclusion from here is that at least 4 monoclonal body target EVA71, VP1 could be used for the development of rapid antigen test. And at least 1 monoclonal body target EVD68, VP1 have been identified. We are waiting for another 2. So we have at least for EVA71, we can produce more recombinant antibody, more antibody, and then for the specific M4 to construct the prototype of the rapid antigen test. So, of course, we can use the antibody direct secreted from hybridoma, but we want to express this antibody by using exogenous. It means we clone the antibody sequence into the different express vector and transfect into the CHO cell to be expressed because it can generate more quantity of this antibody. And this is the small scale study and the purification of this recombinant protein analyzed by STS page here. So we set up this system. And then the binding affinity from the recombinant antibody from always expressed in CHO cell were similar to the antibody purified by hybridoma. So now we have the at least for EVA71 we have finished the first 3 specific end. You are going to construct the prototype for the LFIs. We have set up the platform, but the machine didn't come yet, so we are waiting for the machine, and we can do that. And then after that, you will verify by clinical sample. Up to now, we have collected more than 60 clinical samples suspect of being enterovirus cases for the specific M5. This is all for the talk. I want to encourage the CG Foundation for the support, and then academic SNICA for the transfer of the technology, and then CG General Hospital for the clinical sample, and then our colleague Ang Zijin, Yu Ruimi, and Zhang Renhua Yishi, and for the help. Thank you.
Because of the time limitation, I was asked not to take any questions, so we will move on to the fall talk, and also before the break will be held by Dr. Zhang Zhongxin, right? Dr. Zhang Zhongxin is our host, so I think everybody knows that. Just do a very briefly introduction. Dr. Zhang has received his MD degree in Kaohsiung Medical University on 1986, sorry. And then he moved to have a postdoc postgraduate degree in the Harvard Medical School in the Cancer Biology and Therapeutic Department in 2019. So I checked Dr. Zhang's excellent publication. One of them is recently in the JAMA Dermatology. That is really amazing and congratulations. So today I will welcome Dr. Zhang for investigation of skin microbiome and the metabolome in the seborrheic dermatitis. So let's give a big hand to our host, Dr. Zhang Zhongxin.
Thank you for Professor James' kind introduction. This project has 3 years, and today is the first year annual report. So I will focus mainly on the vision and the rationale and some methodology, but the results still need to wait. Okay. So the topic, you can see that there are several keywords. Skin microbiome and metabolome, and I choose a disease to deal with this issue, that is seborrheic dermatitis. And except me, the co-PI, Professor Xu Lifen, he's a specialist in the metabolome, and Professor Lin Niancong, he's a specialist for microbiome, okay? And Dr. Chen Shaozu, he's a psychiatric specialist. So we are dealing with, because seborrheic dermatitis is more prevalent in the neuropsychiatric disease. So what is seborrheic dermatitis looks like? So you will see that this disease has special distribution. Usually, well, on the nasolabial fold, and also the forehead, and around the oral area, and also the scalp or the ear. So patient will have erythema, scaly, and mild itch. This is quite common in general population, around 1 to 5%. But in some kind of situation, especially in stress or some kind of disease status, prevalence will become much higher. As you know that through the Professor Kawamura's introduction about the skin's immunity, skin is very important, the first defense organ to protect our human body. Although it's invisible on the skin surface, but right now we know that many kind of microbiome are populated over there. In a normal or healthy skin, they are quite balanced distribution or colony. And this kind of skin microbiome, I think in the future will be very important when we think about the disease mechanism and the therapeutic strategy. So in this project, one of the aim is to establish the methodology to evaluate the skin microbiome. So today's talk, Professor Zeng Jinghong already showed us the skin microbiome methodology. But to imagine this project in a dream status, that is quite joyful. But once when we really want to go into this field, we found something quite different. You will see that most of the paper deal with microbiome use the gut sample, okay, as Professor Zeng Jinghong's talk. Yeah. Gut microbiome right now, the methodology is quite mature. But my purpose is to study skin microbiome. So skin compared to the gut, you will see that skin really like a desert, okay? Very poor nutrition. So how to get enough sample to study microbiome, that's become a very serious issue. So to study skin microbiome, the first problem we need to overcome is to, on the limited skin surface, to get enough microbiome DNA. Yeah. So we really make a lot of effort to deal with issue. And the other thing is that many kind of factors to influence the skin microbiome, and one is the nutrition. Yeah. So for skin, of course, the cell surface, they have a stratum cornea and can provide some kind of nutrition. But the other very specific tissue we call the sebaceous gland. This gland is a holocrine gland. It will produce sebum, and the sebum will secrete on the skin surface. These things for human body, we think, oh, just very oily skin. I don't like this kind of feeling. But for skin microbiome, sebum become very important nutrient. Yeah. So that's why I use the seborrheic dermatitis, this disease, as a model to study the skin microbiome. And the sebum secrete on the surface, their component were related to many factors. So this component or the metabolite within the sebum in our hypothesis will also influence the skin microbes situation. And seborrheic dermatitis, we think that these two factors maybe interact with each other, and then it will influence, initiate the innate immunity in the skin. So, how to say, patient will have the presentation of the seborrheic dermatitis. And right now we know that sebaceous gland, the basic cell we call the sebocyte, and this sebocyte actually not only produce sebum, they have many kind of receptors to catch the neurotransmitters. Yeah. So we are interested about how these neurotransmitters can regulate the sebocyte's function and to influence their differentiation or the metabolic pathway. And this kind of neurotransmitter may come from local or systemic. In local, here are some nerves surrounding the hair follicle or periphery to the gland cells. And also the vessel can distribute hormone from the CNS. So it's quite sophisticated things to regulate this sebocyte, their differentiation or lipogenesis. So in the first year, we mainly have two platforms. The first is human study. So human study, we finished the methodology for skin microbiome. And here we have a kind of ambitions that we want to study shotgun metagenome sequence rather than 16S ribosome RNA, because not only bacteria, but the fungi may also play a role in the seborrheic dermatitis. Not only shotgun metagenome can answer the fungi's colonies issue. And we also just finished the sebum collection and the lipidomic analysis. Yeah. And the sebocyte also under the investigation to challenge with different neurotransmitter to see how their influence on the sebocytes. Yeah. So after Dr. Zheng Jinhong's talk, I think I don't need to spend more time here because finally we found a very good platform from Dr. Zheng Jinhong's company. Yeah. So we collaborated well, and the preliminary data showed that patients and the normal control really have difference in the microbiome. And also through this methodology, the Malassezia furfur, the fungi kingdom also can be identified. And the other part is the lipid metabolomic issue. So this is also very challenging. How to collect the sebum properly and extract enough sample, and for the later analysis, we also established the method here. So right now we just initiated that after we collection and extract and put on the machine, Using this system, we can detect more than 20,000 metabolites. Yeah. So right now we are designed clinical samples and to test what's the difference between patient and the control. So thank you for your attention.
Two, because the host is on the stage, right? Dr. Zhang, do you have time? Is there any question from the audience about this new microbiome or skin? Maybe we can take one or two questions. Okay, if not, maybe we go to the break. Okay, so let's give Dr. Zhang another big hand again. Thank you for the audience. Great. So
the next session will resume promptly at 3:20 p.m.
that can stop soreness. Soreness may be restless when it's really sore. If it is sore feet, I would think about taking a knife and cut off my feet. That sore is so unbearable. I feel the soreness by hyperactive kid bothering me, which forced me to look for things to change the target. Or in the end, I will take sleep and sleep here and fall asleep. I just try to explain that soreness and the pain are equally important. Right. So this is the true real story. So and actually motivate us to try to assess the patient's soreness. So in 2020, I worked with Dr. Henderson from NTUH to establish the evaluation system for fibromyalgia. So in parallel to the so-called widespread pain index, we include the widespread soreness or SIM index. Then you look at the patient. We will look at the widespread soreness and widespread pain index. There's no correlation. That means we know fibromyalgia is a widespread pain. The location patient have pain is not correlated to they have the location they have soreness or SIM. So, and if we took it based on the symptom to do the class analysis, actually we can classify the fibromyalgia patient in two groups. And one is we call widespread pain, and the other one would be widespread SIM pain. Right. So, and these two groups of patients actually response to current medicine are totally different. It's just the patient just say report. For the patient with the SIM-dominant symptom, actually they are poor response to current drug treatment, including pregabalin and TCA. Right. So, and we will look at their metabolomic profile in the blood. They look like totally two different group patients. The disease, right? Especially some specific metabolite we can highlight, such as arginine and lysine. It's very low in this patient group with symptoms of soreness dominant symptom. Okay, so this is the I give a rough summary. So for fibromyalgia, we know this is a pain disease, right? 100% they have pain, but 92% they also have soreness or some symptom, right? So this is I think in Taiwan we all know these two different words, SIM and pain, right? In English, I think equivalent for the soreness, this equivalent for probably soreness, and some courbature in French, muskelkater in Germany, right? But I will talk about the linguistic study later. And when SIM occur, I think we probably everyone experienced that during the exercise or vaccination or when we got flu, got infection. And this is a bunch of disease, like we mentioned, fibromyalgia, arthritis, degenerative spine disease, even the diabetes neuropathy. The patient also report the problem of soreness or SIM, right? So this is the important part. How should we describe this symptom? In English, I use the soreness to describe this phenomenon. But if we look at the definition of soreness, that means pain, right? And how about aching? Aching means soreness, and soreness means pain, right? So if we want to distinguish these two are different, we should use a new word. So that's ideal. I try to propose that we use the new word called SIM from the Taiwanese, right? And we call the sensation sensation. So this actually is not, I didn't create this word. This is the normalization form for Taiwanese. So SNG is having used, right? And so we try to use the perception of Sheng is without from acidic input to the central nervous system or mechanical. For instance, if you ever experience acupuncture, you will know it. Right? So we use the sensation to describe the detection of tissue acidosis to in parallel to nociception. That is a detection for the nostril stimulation cause pain. Right. So this is a try. Here I try to tell you. We try to consider this is a specific somatosensing function to transmit acid sensation. Right. And of course they could overlap with nociception. Right. But there's something different between these two. Right. We know pain can be triggered by tissue damage, but Sheng should be usually be triggered by acidosis or mechanical stimuli. But when we look at the response, it's different. We have suffering response to pain, and some maybe yes, but sometimes we feel relief if we take massage, right? And behavior pain is avoided mostly, but in some cases, Sheng can be avoided, but in some cases, we do the active relief manual. There's a patient, fibromyalgia patient said, he tried to strike or even want to use the knife to cut off his her leg, right? So this is something different between response and behavior. All right, so this is just to give you an example. In Singapore airport, right, there's a foot massaging machine, but there's title said pain with pressure. It doesn't make sense, right? But if we change that pain as a Sheng, we will know it, right? So this is an important concept, right? So you notice why this word without vowel, right? In Taiwan, we know how to pronounce it, Sheng, right? This is German guy, so he can well pronounce it. Okay, so this is no problem for international people to pronounce it. Right. All right. So in order to understand why nobody in the world cares about this, but in Taiwan we know this, they are different. Right. So we do some linguistic study, collaborate with the linguistic from NTU, and we find out there's in different language. Actually, they have specific word to describe this phenomena. We use the fatigue exercise as a reference event, right? So in different language, they have different word. Like in Dutch, they have a term use something like vinegar, right? And in Polish, they have use a sourdough to describe something like that, right? This is much most close to how we do. Something related to acidosis, right? And Italy specifically, they use the lactic acid, right, to describe that. But behind that, all this language, they consider this the pain-based expression, right? So it's only unique, very unique to the Sino-Tibetan language. We know they are different, right? Okay. So we try to understand why this is so difficult to understand to non-Chinese speaking. I think if someone is from Vietnam, probably you understand, because the Vietnamese belong to the Sino-Tibetan language. Right. So, and the next question is, if you want to say what is Sheng, we should have some objective evidence, right? So the direct question is acidosis painful? And actually, this has been done in 1996. After that, several country people have done this, and this was done in German group. So they used the ischemia cough or the intramuscular infusion of acetic saline, and the answer is that it induces pain, right? But this is in the context without the concept of Sheng, right? So we do this again in Taiwan, in Taipei Medical School, conducted by Dr. Li. Right? So, and we just replicate everything the same, but it's done it's done in the June group. Right? So the answer is very clear. Intramuscular infusion of oxidative PBS induces sun but not pain. Right? So this is the first the demonstrate that we have some really scientific base to say sun exists and can be induced by acidosis. Right? Then the next question will be, do we have the neural response to acidosis in the sulfonyl sensory system? And what's the molecule? Right? So currently, we have 5 group of membrane protein that can sense tissue acidosis. Right? And we want to know which one could be the possible sensor for that. And again, in many countries, they have done this and use a different drug to test this hypothesis. What are the so-called acid sensors in human nociceptor? Okay, this is the pain one, right? And the answer is acid channel because it uses the amino acid. Infusion of acetylcysteine and induce the pain, right? But this can be inhibited by amino acid. Amino acid is the non-selective inhibitor for acid sensing ion channel. Here, acid channel. So we can have direction. Probably these acid channel are the sensor for the human. I will not say nociceptor, neural response to sensation. Right. And this channel had been discovered in 1997 by the French group. Right. This Michel Lastansky. Right. I think he should get Nobel Prize, but not yet. Right. And this is a two-transmembrane domain protein, and they have two different several subtypes, and each subtype they have different pH sensitivity and channel kinetics. Right. So among that, we find out because with the help of our intolerant alcoholism, right? So and also it contributed by this French group, and we understand. The acid is quite important for pain-associated tissue acidosis, right? And we also, in Taiwan, we have done this similar study using the mouse model, fibromyalgia, use the sun stress-induced fibromyalgia in mouse model, and we identify oxidative stress can induce the LPC production, and that is actually a non-proton ligand to activate acid and cause in animal cause a fibromyalgia-like symptom. Right. So, and on the other hand, if you would knock out the animal, right, this is also an important model by direct intramuscular infusion of other acetylcysteine in the animal. And this model has been established by Carsten Strucker. So with the first injection, we can induce a transient hypersensitivity or high-in animal. But if we inject the same acetylcysteine in the same muscle in 5 days, and it will induce a calming effect, last for 4 weeks, and also unilateral injection will cause a bilateral effect, right? So this model has been used to mimic the fibromyalgia in rodent, and if we would knock out ACE3, totally abolish this phenomenon. So we know it could be the important sensor for this, right? So then, if ACE3 is important for this acid-induced sensation, then what's the neuron express ACE3? Is that nociceptor or not? Right. So we use a conditional knockout, and we use two different grades. One is a paraffin. They can select knock out ACE3 in proprioceptor, and use NAB 1.8 that can select knock out ACE3 in nociceptor. And the result will see that only we selected knock out ACE3 in proprioceptor, we can avoid this acid-induced pain chronicity. Right? So it's proprioceptor ACE3 contribute to this. And to further demonstrate the important role proprioceptor in this pain chronicity, we use another approach called chemo-autogenetic approach. We design a new model by fusing the luminosity with the general rhodopsin. And this luminosity had a natural ligand called CTZ. When they bind to luminosity, they can emit the blue light to activate general rhodopsin. So by that way, we can mimic this intramuscular injection model and activate by injection CTZ to activate either proprioceptor or nociceptor. And following day, we inject acetylsaline or CD again to see whether we can induce a priming and cause the corneal hypersensitivity effect. Right. If there's a priming effect, then the second injection will induce a corneal effect. Right. And the results show that it is the importance of proprioceptor. If we will activate proprioceptor first, then the second-day acid injection will induce corneal effect. But if you activate nociceptor first, then second-day acid injection only induce transient effect, not a corneal effect. So it's the proprioceptor activation method to trigger this priming effect. Then furthermore, if we do this way upward in different direction, we inject acetylsaline first, then activate either proprioceptor or nociceptor. They do not induce any corneal effect. Right? So the order also important. Right? Okay. And if we would repeat activate proprioceptor, it still do not go to the corneal effect, only the transient effect. Right. So that makes sense because proprioceptor by definition they do not contribute to pain chronicity. Right. And also we find out once the proprioceptor activate, they actually release neurotransmitter locally, and we identify that as glutamate. So if we will combine the glutamate receptor inhibitor together with the CD to activation of proprioceptor, it will abolish the second-day acid injection-induced corneal effect. Right. So that give us more mechanistic insight. When proprioceptor are activated, it releases glutamate, and that glutamate can further facilitate this corneal effect. And also, we try to demonstrate it is the proprioceptor RC3 contribute to this. So we design an experiment by using the mild acidification. So it's pH 60.5. So in 60.5, it cannot induce a priming effect. But we use the compound to potentiate RC3. That is RFA compound. So that can select potentiate RC3. So enable to pH mild acidosis, then can induce a priming effect. Then the second acid injection can induce corneal effect. And this phenomenon can be also be inhibited by the glutamate receptor antagonism, can be abolish this effect. Right. So we try to think is the proprioceptor RC3 when they activate, and then release glutamate, and this glutamate promote the priming effect to lead to the corneal effect. And also, we find a way to silence this proprioceptor immediate priming. That is an important compound called SASMP. And SASMP has been known as a pain neurotransmitter, and in the peripheral, it also induces a neurogenic effect to sensitize nociceptor. But it is not the case because in muscle, if you combine acetylsaline with the SASMP, it will abolish this second-day acid-induced corneal effect. And we also demonstrate SASMP can activate an outward current selectively in proprioceptor but not nociceptor. So again, everything focused on is in proprioceptor. Right. So I just give you a summary. In the proprioceptor, actually, previously we just know proprioceptor is function for the muscle construction, but almost 90% of proprioceptor are acid sensitive. and they are express all type of RC sensing ion channel. And once they are activated, they can release glutamate. And this glutamate can further feedback as autocrine to induce more glutamate release and create a vicious cycle. And this overflow of glutamate can activate surrounding nociceptor and to promote this pain chronicity. And this phenomenon can be inhibited by the SUSMP because we identify there's a resuscitative receptor in proprioceptor, and they can couple to the anti-protoxin channel to lead to silence this phenomenon. Right. Okay, so this is give you a brief story about we should consider a new law for proprioceptor. Actually, it transmits sensation, not nociception. And sun and pain are different based on this context. And the next, I would like to give you an idea. Acidosis sensor maybe also have different law compared to induce the so-called sun or pain chronicity. Right. So this is the example we had done. Actually, we had done long time ago, but we just didn't know what to interpret this result. So again, using this two injection model, and we try to understand furthermore. So two injection induce a calming effect. But if the first injection we combine the RC3 antagonist, we abolish the acute effect. Then the second injection only induce transient effect, right? So the story will be interesting. If the second injection, in the same condition, we inhibit RC3 at the first injection. If the second RC injection is the second day, it still induces calming effect instead of transient effect. But it just shortened. It only lasts one week instead of 4 weeks. So this is another important player we identify is TRPV1. So if you knock out TRPV1, we only can induce a transient effect by intramuscular acidification. Then the same logic, when we combine TRPV1 antagonist at the first injection, the second injection still induce calming effect, but also again lasts 1 week instead of 4 weeks. So two major players are involved in acid-induced pain chronicity. Then, if the first injection we combine two channel antagonists, then the second day injection we cannot induce anything, right? So this is quite a tremendous effect. That means when we ideally, because the second day is purely acidic injection, it should induce transient effect like this, but it didn't. That means when we first injection, acidic injection, when we silence RC3 and TRPV1, this is some RC center responsive, and this is anti-nociceptive effect. So we identify is the downstream is involved SUSMP, again we just say it, right? So if we knock out SUSMP, in this phenomenon it still induces a calming effect, but lasts a little shorter. Right. And then if we knock out SUSMP with only one single RC injection, the hypersensitivity will last almost forever. And also, if you knock out a channel called RC1A, another subtype, again, similar phenomena, only one injection, that hypersensitivity will last almost forever. That means when we talk about the acidosis can mediate anti-nociceptive effect, it's through the activation of RC1A and then release SUSMP to do this action. So I just give you an idea. In the muscle, we have two types of RC sensor. One is the pro-nociceptive that have expressed RC3 and TRPV1, and the other one there is anti-nociceptive that express RC1A, and they can release after activation. They can release SUSMP. Right. So why this is important? Because it really applies to the physical therapy. Now we currently use. I take an example like prolotherapy. Right. Almost time, right? Okay. So Many of you probably know about prolotherapy. This actually, so far I know, most effective, or we can say pain terminator, especially for sports star, right? And it was the most effective treatment for chronic pain. And this several versions, platelet-rich plasma, yeah, is when you are rich, you use this. And for everybody, it's affordable price with glucose, right? And almost similar therapeutic effect, right? And side effect is the same, right? Very unfavorable same, right? Right. So we use the same mouse model, intramuscular injection to induce chronic effect. Then you find out 5% glucose is very effective to induce anti-hemostatic effect, and this effect can last for at least 1 week, quite dramatically. And we find out if we replace the 5% dextrose with fructose, no effect at all. So it's very specific, it has to be glucose. And volume also matters. So you have to go to the certain volume, up to the at least 15 microliter, right, to get it, or 10 microliter to get an effect. But if we reduce the volume, increase the concentration of dextrose, no effect. Right. So dextrose is important, volume is important, and the important part, it goes through the SARS-MP pathway. If we would combine the dextrose with the SARS-MP antagonist, it abolishes this anti-hemostatic effect. And then if we do this in the SARS-MP knockout mice, it also has no anti-hemostatic effect at all. And also, if we do this in RC1A knockout, it shows no effect. If we combine dextrose with the RC1A selective antagonist, it also abolishes this effect. Right. So this is totally fit to our hypothesis. Acidosis can mediate anti-hemostatic effect, goes to RC1A, and in clinical practice, that is the same. Right. Okay, so finally, I give you a big summary of what is finding. From clinical study in fibromyalgia patients, we know sun and pain are two different symptoms. They have no correlation. And from the basic research, we find out receptors are the neuron responsible for acidosis, we call the receptor. And specific proton sensing ion channel like RC3 and RC1A, they are same transducer. I think this is very important knowledge for us right now, because we have to think about so-called pain. What are they? Probably half of them is not pain, it's sin. Right. So, and I give you a summary. We actually have different sin phenotype, from physiological, like exercise, acupuncture, to pathology, like we have the fibromyalgia, we have arthritis, we have degenerative spine disease. Right. So, if the proprioceptors are the sensitive to brain, then how can we silence it? We have the answer. It's SARS-MP. We can do further. Based on this, we can identify, maybe we can identify some drug selected target on this pathway. And we find out one very effective one. You can see SARS-MP, the EC50 is 3 micromolar. This compound, we can get a very effective EC50, 1.5 picomolar. And this is actually come from Chinese medicine called TMR, right? And it's a small compound specific isolated from specific type of this Chinese medicine, gastrioylata. And this is the structure for the compound, right? So we can show that, and this compound induces very effective peripheral anesthesia in the fibromyalgia model, and can be abolished by the SARS-MP antagonist. Go through the same pathway, right? Right. So I give a story about the sensation. So then the next we need definition for what is sin, right? So because the pain definition is very clear, But so we are trying to establish the task force, try to understand, try to define what is CERN. That could be the first from Taiwan, and we try to deliver the concept to all over the world. And I just give you a summary. We have still a lot of knowledge gap to fill about everything about the pen. We have to rethink about it, whether it's pen or not. And also, I give you a take-home message. Now, 2024 is the year to celebrate International Association for Study of Pen for 50 years. And it's time we have to revisit the pen we have learned, understood, and understood. And in 2022, we established the first CERN society in Taiwan, right? So now it's our era to make a new science, right? Okay, so this is, I try to recruit more people working on this direction. So we formed the Taiwan Molecular Sensation Consortium. Welcome all of you to join. Okay, thank you.
We still have some time. Did any question from our audience for this new term that everyone experiences? Okay.
Thank you, Professor, for your wonderful talk. This is very new for me to learn about like CERN research. May I make the first one? CERN, can I say like when we go run marathon without any like warm up, and next day we feel like we cannot walk anymore, but it's not kind of pain. It should be that kind of feeling or not?
Exactly, that is CERN I call.
Okay. And my question is about, I saw one slide that mentioned about like ASIC3 and ASIC1A, and they have like ultrasounds to the ASIC3, but like I use the electrodes for ASIC1A. Because in the physical therapy, we have many ways to treat the patient, right? When they have like a CERN like this. Sometimes we use the ultrasound to treat them. So my curiosity is like the ultrasound that normally the physical therapy use is will pass through the 3, not the 1A, like that. Yes.
Yeah, we have done. We have published paper 2 years ago. We demonstrate that yes, ultrasound can induce can activate ACE3, not 1A, to release substance P in muscle in this fibromyalgia model, right? And downstream the same is substance P, right? But the sensor is ACE3 for ultrasound, right? So that's a bit confused because I just mentioned ultrasound is ACE3 is for safety, right? Yeah. So we still not quite clear yet. Maybe because this channel is usually a trimer, so it could be heteromeric trimer. So in some cases, they could probably ACE1A, ACE3 heteromeric channel, possibly, but we haven't got that part yet.
And one more, the last one is about the temperature. Is this related with this CERN or not? Because if patients just finish for marathon at the first day, we have to use cold to give the cold to them to let the muscle relax. But later, like after 22 hours, we can use hot for them to let like distance disappear like that.
Actually, this is a very good question. We all know when we reduce temperature, it will silence all type of enzyme activity or protein activity. But there are a few exceptions. ACE channel is the exception. ACE channel actually can be potentiated by cold temperature. So you will see the scenario when you have low temperature, this ACE channel activity will enhance.
Thank you.
Any question? I have an interesting question here. Here. Here.
Yes, please.
Yeah. In your talk, you're talking about maybe we can induce the sun to treat the injectable pain.
Yes.
And is there any success or the very good example?
Yeah, the good example is prolotherapy. Yeah, so I just demonstrate that. That's the number one. And we are working on the other second example. Ultrasound is also, and acupuncture.
Okay. Okay, and the second question is, so we will have some sensation, and how can we decrease it, or make it disappear, some sensation?
You mean when we have unbearable sun, it's not okay? I have no idea yet. But now we know the target is the proprioceptor, right? So I think probably if we have the doctor of rehabilitation medicine, you should consider proprioceptor therapy. I think the therapy already exists, right? So that can actually is beneficial for many type of intractable pain, right? So, but I don't know. If again, this is the right target, right? And again, when the proprioceptor got overactivated, it will trigger a vicious cycle in our model, right? So we have to stop it by certain way.
And then if you have some method, I think there's a very large market waiting for you. Okay, and we thank you for the Professor Chen Zhichen, the excellent talk and very inspiring. And today I will, on behalf of the Congress Organization Committee, to send some omiyage to the Professor Chen Zhichen.
Next, we will proceed with the presentation of the results from the collaboration research project between Tzu Chi University, Tzu Chi Hospital, and Academia Sinica. We now invite Dr. Chen Zhichen, researcher from Academia Sinica, along with Assistant Professor Wang Hongjun and Hong Zhihuang from the Institute of Medical Science at Tzu Chi University, to serve as moderators for the upcoming session.
So we're beginning the last section. I would like to introduce our speaker today, Professor Zhang Jintao. He now is a professor of the Department of Molecular Biology and Human Genetics. Today he's talk about his research on P-selectin, and P-selectin basically the role protecting the stress-induced gastrointestinal injury. Let's welcome this session.
Okay, many thanks for Professor Wang's introduction. Today I'm very happy to introduce you about our recent project regarding to the P-selectin and PSGL1 axis dependent planetary cell regulation on the protection of restraint stress-induced gastrointestinal injury. Okay, in this project, actually, in this year, we report 2 papers. The first one, here we use a restraint stress mouse model. Usually, this model is used to measurement of the mental stress, conduct stress to the psychological or physiological change of mouse. And here we added a novel approach in splitting the Evans blue. Evans blue is a very interesting dye which is can now normally be absorbed by GI system. So in a normal condition, if you feed in Evans flu into mice, you will find that the Evans flu will not enter into the circulation of mice. However, under the stress, because the stress causes GI leakage, so the Evans flu will leak into the circulation of mouse. So if you collect the blood from the mice, stressed mice, you will find the Evans flu levels will increase. Okay? So using this model, we found that the GSK484, this is a neutrophil mitosis inhibitor, which can reduce stress-induced plasma Evans flu levels increase in mice, and also reduce the neutrophil cell death and the mitosis marker increase. So this paper demonstrates that GSK484 is an effective treatment against restraint stress-induced GI leakage. Okay. In our second paper, it describes a very interesting model that we use a drug delivery system try to cure such stress-induced GI injury. In this system, we use P-selectin to degrade liposome or platelet-derived microvesicle. Because platelet is and endothelial cell is only two types of cells that in our body which express P-selectin. Okay, and because P-selectin can target to the PSGL1 expressing dying cell, so we can use this system to conduct delivery or treatment to those dying cells. Because dying cells almost in our all kind of disease appear in different kind of disease. So this kind of discovery enabled, in addition to the reported paper, actually we have several scientific awards, including the Future Technology Award and several innovation gold medals. Okay, this is coming from the observation from, actually, if we use a different kind of a cell death inducers, including apoptosis inducers, autophagy inducer, ferroptosis inducer, necroptosis inducer, and proptosis inducer. And all these inducers can induce cell surface PSGL1 expression on different kind of cells. Okay, so here we found that actually PSGL1 is a universal marker of dying cell. So using this concept, actually we can use P-selectin, because P-selectin is a ligand of PSGL1, so supposedly we can use P-selectin to target to those PSGL1 expressing dying cell, supposedly. Okay, so but next we want to see whether there are additional better ligand for the PSGL1 for the targeting, because we know that selectin family, including P-selectin, E-selectin, L-selectin, all can bind to PSGL1. So here we use several lectin controls and control proteins. And we found that actually if we using fluorescence loaded fluorescence liposome, which conjugated with different kind of surface protein, only P-selectin conjugate liposome, here indicate here, the number 3, P-selectin, can deliver fluorescence dye to the injury liver of the mouse specifically. This model is a TA-induced hepatitis mouse model, which can induce very severe liver damage. We found that in this model, we can deliver fluorescence dye into wild-type liver specifically, but not in the PSGL1 knockout. Okay, so we can find that this kind of delivery is mediated through P-selectin and PSGL1 axis. And next question is, if you want to cure such a TA-induced hepatitis mouse model, what is the culprit to be loaded into the liposome? So here, first we conduct a cell death profiling of TA-induced mouse hepatitis hepatocyte. And we found that actually the apoptosis is the major cell death response compared to the others. So here we use apoptosis inhibitor loaded into the P-selectin conjugate liposome, and we found that only P-selectin conduct effective, although E-selectin and L-selectin also have some rescue effect, but the P-selectin exert the most significant rescue. but only in wild type, not in the PAGR knockout. Okay, wild type is blue, and PAGR is orange colored. Okay, so based on this phenomenon here, we want to use this system to rescue restraint stress-induced GI injury. So first of all, we also perform cell death profiling experiment to see what kind of a cell death induced by restraint stress in the mouse gut epithelial cell, and we found that parotosis is the major cell death. So we use parotosis inhibitor here as a cargo, and then treat using platelet-derived microvessels, because platelet express P-selectin. So we found that only wild type, okay, blue, wild type platelet-derived microvesicle loaded with parotosis inhibitor, which can significantly reduce the restraint stress-induced GI injury. Okay. So our future work is to compare the platelet-derived microvesicle and the P-selectin liposomes, and to investigate involvement of PLGR1 and P-selectin actives in this process, and examine the downstream mechanisms. Okay, thank you very much for listening. Thanks.
Let's welcome the second speaker today. And the next speaker is Professor Sun Pinghua. She is from the National Jiayi University, and she is also the director of ophthalmology and the inherited eye disease department of ophthalmology in Taichung Tzu Hospital. And the topic she wants to present today is the POMG and T1 deficiency caused retinal degeneration by trigger RIP1 dependent necroptotic cell death in murine model. Let's welcome Professor Huang.
Thank you for the introduction. So we know the POMG1, actually the mutation in POMG1 genes will cause the muscle eye brain syndrome, but some patients only shows as like a retinitis pigmentosa, just so-called night blindness. Actually, the glycosylation is a very high diverse category protein, especially for the post-translational modification. So the POMG1 is involved in the all metal cell glycosylation, and also very important in the ER for the protein post-translation modification. So it's already known the alpha dystroglycan is a substrate for the POMG1. So that's why some patients have the POMG1 mutation will also have the muscle dystrophy and also the brain, some brain lesion. But some people only shows like an eye problem. So that's why the exact mechanism actually is not so clear. So we got the patient's mutation. Actually, there's a subgroup, a special group of the patient in Taiwan. They carry the homologous mutation in POMG1. They only show like eye problem. They don't have any muscle or brain lesion. So we use CRISPR-Cas system to make the knockout mice and also the knock-in mice that carry the same mutation from the patient. So from the high-limb extension test, we can see that that's the white type. When you attack the tail band, actually the forearm and left arm limb can extend. But for the POMG1 knockout, you see actually the mouse will show some muscle dystrophy and also show some brain lesion. But if you only carry the same mutation from the patient, they have the same activity, shows like a white type. They only shows eye problem. Okay, so we all know there's a common pathway like apoptosis. Actually, it's a common pathway for the retinal degeneration. But in this model, we don't see any apoptosis. somehow they can increase the IP3, the necroptosis marker. And also we use the immunoprecipitation and also the mass spectrum to detect the resting. Actually, there's a very strong antigen in the retina, and also the INOS1 will be the actually the interacting partner for the PLG1 in the retina. So from the Western blot, we actually see that when the mouse carry these mutation, actually they will activate, they upregulate the necroptosis marker like MLK or IP1, and also they can enhance the INOS1 and the resting expression, and also enhance the autophagy marker. So that's our hypothesis. So we think the PLGN1, the mutant protein, they can actually enhance the interaction between the inulase and the resting one. And then they were causing some inflammatory reaction, and also decrease some glycolytic activity and trigger the necroptosis cell death and causing the cell death in the retina. So and then we use like a gene therapy. Also we use the AAV vector and carry the human PLG1 gene. Actually, because the mice and the humans share approximately like 90% of sequence homology, so we use the human one. And also for maybe for the future clinical trial. So we use the cell, the RP cell, human RP cell, and we use that, use knockout, PLG1 knockout human RP cell. So you can see that when we knock out the PLG1, actually the Golgi will become like a fragmented. This kind of phenomenon, actually there will be the early neurodegeneration. Okay? So you can see that's the Golgi fragmentation. But when we put the AAV8 with the human PLG1, you can see it would become more like a wild type. So we also use the transepithelial electric resistance. That's because the RPE is really organized epithelial cell. So you can see that when we knock down the PLG1, the TER level will decrease. And then when we put back the PLG21, it will just recover, rescue this phenotype. And also, we use some IP1 inhibitor. We show similar effect. But usually this drug can cause in the deformity of the RPE, so we choose the other inhibitor. So actually it can also functional rescue in the mutant mice. So when we see that, actually the mutant mice, they will have the ERG, the retinal function decrease according to the age. So when we use a subretinal injection of the AAV8 carry the human PLG1, actually can rescue the retinal function. And also we use the IP1 inhibitor, it can also rescue the phenotype. Okay. So that's a summary. So the PLG1 knockout human RP cell and shows the Golgi fragmentation. So that's an early sign of the neuron or cell degeneration. And also we transduction the AAV8 PLG1, it can significantly rescue this phenotype. And also this model effectively demonstrate the age-related progression of the retinal degeneration. And that is really similar to the human ocular phenotype. And also we use the AAV-mediated gene therapy and also the RP1 inhibitor, the RIPA56. It can function on rescue in the cell and also in the mouse model. So that's my talk here. So I will many thanks my collaborator from the Tzu Chi University and Taichung Tzu Chi Hospital and also the academic Sinica. Thank you.
We will move to the next speaker and see whether we have time for roundtable discussion. Right. So our next speaker will be Dr. Zheng Jingfeng. He is the current vice intendant of the Taipei City University Hospital. And Dr. Zheng got an degree from Taipei Medical University and got a postdoc training in UC San Diego. And I think maybe some of you maybe know he also is a joint faculty of the IBMS or Academic Syndicat. So that's how I know Dr. Zheng for more than 20 years. And I know he working on the cardiovascular disease, but now he switched here to cancer research. Yeah, let's welcome Dr. Zheng.
Thank you, Dr. It's nice to be here again. So I will spend 10 minutes to do my progress report. So as the title said, exploring anti-obesity drug for cancer therapy. So I'm a cardiovascular person, but recently we moved to metabolic because we think they are very connected. But as you know that cancer is also a metabolic disease. So as a few years ago, since the 2019 and 22, we have discovered an ATF3 inducer. It's a compound that in fact can mobilize the white adipose tissue and make them browning. So that is interesting because when we're getting old, we all have the white adipose tissue, but very limited brown adipose tissue. So if we can have a drug that can mobilize white to brown, what can that do to obesity? So in this paper, we show that it can, of course, decrease the obesity in the high-fat diet mice. And next, we think that does that have anything to do with cancer? Because as you know that many cancer, they need to have a good microenvironment. And adipose tissue definitely is one of the very important microenvironment that relate to many cancer. For example, as the prostate cancer, because they have periprostatic adipose tissue, and maybe the breast cancer as well. And in the early days in the 20s, we have this drug patent as an anti-obesity drug, but still it is under development. But as we search some of the literature, especially in the obesity, have something to do with the cancer progression. For example, in this paper, prostate cancer, if you are obesity, you can induce the inflammation, TNF-alpha and other, like the oxidative stress to promote the normal cell become cancer cell. So this kind of connection have been known in the UK Biobank study for at least 13 cancer. So next, we know that prostate cancer is also very important in the incidence and also mortality. Recently in the United States in 2024. So we look back for our ATF3 inducer, but at the time when we do the literature search, there is either as doing as an oncogen or suppressor, tumor suppressor. So there is a both way study, so it's not sure yet. So we make a hypothesis through this grant. We hypothesize that it's not possible using this kind of ATF3 inducer. We call that as a Chinese Dansen compound mimetics or derivative to making the browning. For example, we know that they can make the adipose tissue browning, but how about on the prostate cancer cell? So because of the time limitation, I will tell you the first part. How do I study that? Firstly, we know that ATF3 expression is high in the normal people, but very low in the tumor. So it means that ATF3 expression may be good to stay healthy. If the ATF3 decrease, might not be good because the cancer progress. And later we use the 3 cancer cell line, either is the androgen receptor positive or negative, to give the ATF3 inducer. We call that SDC. So here you show in either or 3 cell line, when you give the SD3, they can induce the ATF3. And then we study the proliferation for this cancer cell. And if you do in a higher dose, they can definitely suppress the cancer cell proliferation. That is good. And another, we do the colony formation study. As the result also show that if you give them different dose, higher dose can suppress the cancer cell in a better way. So in either proliferation or the colony formation, it seems that the SDC had killing cancer cell in a dosage-dependent manner. And as you know that prostate cancer, some of them are androgen receptor dependent. So we also studied that, is there any way, because androgen receptor do a lot of work in the cancer, either in the cytosol non-canonical, non-genomic fashion, or go into the nucleus as a transcription factor. So here we show that at least that in androgen receptor, if you give the SDC, see in this slide, cytosol in the androgen receptor decrease, and also the nucleus decrease in a higher dose of the SDC supplement. So that is good. That indicates that this SDC have both working on the cytosol as well as the nucleus. So this is just a column to show this data. And also it can suppress the PS6, that means the S6 phosphorylation. That means the non-canonical or non-genomic pathway involving the MAP kinase or others in 3 cell lines. And next we also do the calculation using a CP dot to calculate if this compound, because this is a single compound, like SDG, is that fit into the androgen receptor. So from this calculation, you can see that the binding affinity is very strong. It's between the testosterone, that is the major that can bind to androgen receptor, and then bicalutamide, that is an anti-androgen receptor drug for prostate cancer therapy. So indicate that our SDC is a good compound that binds to the androgen receptor. So that is the first year. So the next year, we do the DEG, that the NGS study to see with adding this SDC, is there any gene expression difference? So from this volcano plot, you can see that there's a lot of group of genes, either elevation or downregulation. So to clear one more dip, all the gene that is suppressed relate to DNA replication and cell cycle progression. So if you need a cancer killing drug, this is good because they can stop the cell cycle progression and also DNA replication, and also an androgen receptor. So this is the KEGG enrichment analysis, just to see how many genes were involved in this cell cycle or DNA replication. So it has a similar answer. And then, since it is a cell cycle suppression, so we see which phase. So from this study, we show that it is a G1 phase arrest, effective in G1 phase arrest. And next, we look for the player in this G1 phase and G2 phase. It seems that the CDK2, CDK4, and CDK6 all can be suppressed by giving this drug. So this is 4 and 6. And also the cyclin D1, 3, and P27. So it seems that they're very good in the cell cycle inhibition. And also we found another pathway is the E2F family. It is also related to cancer progression. It has also good effect in suppressing the E2F. So in a very short summary, we show here in our in vitro study using 3 cell lines that the inducer, that the SDC can inhibit cell proliferation, colony formation, and also can cell cycle arrest, and also metabolic reprogramming that we did not show, and also the migration invasion. So it seems that our preliminary data is very promising. So what is the question? So we think that we found a potential novel mechanism and also maybe a drug that can link anti-obesity and cancer therapy. And in the first year study, we showed that it can suppress tumor growth by inhibiting the DNA replication cell cycle and the metabolic reprogramming. But what is interesting that we know that it also can make the adipocyte browning. So how about if browning can help in cancer inhibition? That we don't know, but as we found some of the recent Nature paper, brown fat mediate tumor suppression by co-altered global metabolism. This is a Nature paper. This is a cartoon show that in the normal temperature, cancer cells take glucose, and the adipocyte in here is very hungry. But if you make the cold temperature like a 4 degrees, because it's very cold, so the white adipose tissue become browning and take all the glucose away from the cancer cell, so the cancer cell cannot grow and suppress. So this is a very interesting hypothesis. And we also see a Nature communication in 2025. It says starve tumor with fat. So it seems that the metabolism is very important in cancer therapy. So we have some preliminary data and to report here. And here I want to thank the grant and also some of the collaborators either in Tsinghua University with Zhang Xinhou and Dr. Wang, and also in the Academia Sinica, and also my Taipei Tsinghua Hospital. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Professor Mingde Lin. Professor Lin is from Department of Molecular Biology and Human Genetics of Tsinghua University. And the topic he presented today is CM. CM, the source of the drum wound, because it's different from the abstract. Okay. The source from the drum wound enhances bone formation in the zebrafish osteoporosis model. Let's welcome Professor Lin.
Thanks for the nice introduction. Today I'm going to present our recent project about the Clematis montana. So this is a climbing plant, and we are going to show you this plant have enhancement effect on the bone formation using the zebrafish model. So this is a cross section of the long bone. So you can see there a pole-like structure called this sponge bone. And in the bone, we can see there are trabecular bone here. But when we are aged more than 50, we might suffer from the osteoporosis. And in the cross-section of sponge bone, you can see the trabecular bone become very much thinner. So this makes the bone become very fractured. So according to a report, it was talking about about 50% and 50% of the women and 20% of the men who suffer from the fracture is due to the osteoporosis. So the osteoporosis could be a very important health concern. So the formation of the bone due to two different kinds of cells. One is osteoblast. It is responsible for the bone production. And the other kind of cell is osteoclast, which is responsible for the bone resorption. And these two kinds of cells need to maintain the balance, so your bone will be healthy. So when your bone is damaged or become old, the osteoclast will remove the damaged part, and the osteoblast will repair it. When we are getting old or suffer from some specific condition, the balance might be disrupted and might cause the osteoporosis. So in this project, we are aiming to find some new therapeutic strategy using the herbal drug to treat osteoporosis. To do the screen of the drug, we adopted the zebrafish. Because there are several advantages to using the zebrafish. The first is their embryo are transparent, and they can spawn a lot of embryo every 10 days. And in addition, using the in vivo model can have an advantage to test both the direct and the indirect effect of the drug. For example, the immune cell will usually release cytokines such as TNF-alpha and interleukin, which will modulate the formation of both osteoblasts and osteoclasts. So this is a kind of advantage to use in vivo model to do the drug screen. So this is the system we use. We use the glucocorticoid to trigger a condition similar to osteoporosis to reduce the osteoblast activity. So here you can see this is the larvae of the 80 days post-fertilization. And this larvae, we feed them with a chemical called casein. And this chemical can bind to a calcified bone. And you can see a green signal in the vertebrate region. So when we treated the glucocorticoid, dexamethasone, for 3 days, and you can see the vertebral calcification is reduced when the concentration of dexamethasone increases. So we use this model to test the drug efficacy against the osteoporosis. So this is one of the drugs that we found, this Clematis montana. This is the climbing plant, and the part we use for the medicine is the dry climbing stem. So this is also a Chinese medicine named Chuan Mu Tong. So in traditionally, the Chuan Mu Tong is used for to treat the bacterial infection or the inflammatory related disease, or can be used as a diuretic agent. So you can see that when we treated the Chuan Mu Tong, it can significantly recover the reduction of vertebral calcification, as shown here. Not only in the dexamethasone treated condition, if we treated the normal fish with a higher amount of the Chuan Mu Tong, it still can increase the calcification of the vertebrae. That implies that this drug could have a bone promotion effect. So because we know that the herbal drug could have a lot of different ingredients in the extract, so it is supposed to possible that there are multiple active compounds in the herbal extract, which acts on multiple target protein. And this multiple target protein will interact and converge to specific physiological condition. And in the end, might helpful for the disease treatment. And then the interaction between the drug target and the compound could be complicated and form a network. So when we study the herbal extract, we might have to treat the to analyze the situation in a concept of network. This is the so-called network pharmacology. So to perform the network pharmacology, we collected 32 chemical compounds identified from the Clematis montana, and we used the super prediction to find out their target protein. And among the almost 90 highly confident target protein, 58 of them are associated with osteoblast formation or activity. So this 58 protein can form a network. And to let you see more clear, we extracted 10 hard protein and shown here. Among these protein, all of them are related to osteoblast formation or differentiation. And especially some of them are related to the inflammatory response for the NF, for example, NF-kappa B and TLR4. So to figure out whether this plant actually really can promote the osteoblast formation, so we use the transgenic liver fish express GLP specifically in the osteoblast. Because the embryo is transparent, so we can easily assay the result. So according to our experimental result, we can find that in the ventral side of the head region, we calculate the fluorescence intensity of the osteoblast. And you can see that the result show you that when we add the Chuan Mu Tong into the fish, it can revert the fluorescence loss caused by the dexamethasone. And it is very clear that the chronic inflammation process will induce the bone loss, which eventually lead to osteoporosis. So this process could go through the NF-kappa B pathway and to block or suppress the osteoblast differentiation. So we examined the 32 identified compounds found from the Clematis montana, and we found one of the ingredients, syringaresinol, is found to be reported to treat arthritis and suppress the NF-kappa B pathway. So to confirm whether the Syringa National exists in our water extract of the Chuanmengtong. So we use it as HPLC and spike in the pure compound and the evidence that the SYR indeed exists in our water extract. And then we perform a similar experiment to check the activity of osteoblasts, and again, you can recover the activity of the osteoblasts. Finally, because we found that the single compound of the Syringa National does not represent the fully function of the Chuanmengtong extract very well, so we investigate the other 9 compounds implicated in the osteoblast activity, and we generate a network. And this result shows that the pathway enriched indeed involved in osteoblastogenesis, the differentiation of osteoblasts. So in the end, I think our study implicates a possibility that Chuanmengtong can be used as a complementary therapy for inflammatory induced osteoporosis. And I would like to thank my PhD student, Lin Wenyin. She is in charge of most of the experiments. And I also thank our collaborator, Dr. Peng Zhenhuan from the Tzu Chi Hospital Department of Orthopedics. And finally, our collaborator, Li Jiayi, Professor Li Jiayi, help us to perform the HPLC experiment, and this project is funded by the collaborative grant from Tzu Chi Medical Foundation, Tzu Chi University, and Clinical Signature. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Professor Lin. Our next speaker is Professor Xiao Zhong. He now is the chief of the division of the Forensic Radiology Department of the Medical Imaging. He will give a talk about a very interesting multifaceted functional liposome that can be used for treat cancer as well as in medical imaging. Let's welcome Professor Xiao.
Thank you for the introduction. In the following 10 minutes, I will talk about the synthesis of liposome using the indocyanine green. This is the fluorescent dye for the theranostic treatment of the cancer. In the last year, we published one journal article, and we also have a patent regarding the F236B. This is a patent drug. In the liposome, we have 2 components, key components. One is the IC3. It is the fluorescent dye which has been passed by the FDA for 1 century. That was before the World War I, and I think this is a very important drug because there is no other fluorescent dye that can be used in the human beings after the development of the IC3. And the other key component is the F263B. This is a natural component from the herbal medicine in the purified, and it is patented by Tzu Chi University, owned by the Professor Li Zhengwei. And it has been proved by the anti-cancer capability on the several cell lines. And in the following model, I will use the oral cancer cell line as the model for demonstration of how good the liposome is. We use the microfluid liposome synthesis, and you can see here that there is a tube. One is for the feeding of the F236B, and the other one is the IC3, and combined with the lipid. Using this device, we synthesize the liposome, and here is the TM image of the liposome, and the liposome is demonstrated here. It is not cheap. And when we analyze the components of liposome, we can find that both the IC3 and the F26336B has been embedded in the liposome. How good the liposome is? We found that the liposome could suppress the CD44 expression. The CD44 is for the cell adhesion, which means that after the delivery of the liposome, the cell adhesion will be suppressed. And we can also see the spheroid cell of the oral cancer cells after the treatment of the F263B, and you can find the spheroid will become apoptotic. And you can see also from the fluorescent microscope that the ROS has been elevated after the treatment of the IC3F2C3E liposome. And the liposome, after the treatment of liposome, the mitochondrial activity will be suppressed. And we find that the mitoSTAT3 signal has been suppressed. And we also see the fluorescent microscope that after the JC1 staining, the mitochondrial membrane potential has been suppressed after the delivery of the liposome. And if we check the gene analysis of the signal pathway, we found that the liposome could suppress two pathways. One is the focal adhesion pathway, and the other one is the PI3K-AKT pathway, which are important for the cancer treatment. And this is the signal pathway analysis of the liposome. So in conclusion, the synthesized liposome could suppress the mitochondrial membrane potential, promote the cell apoptosis, and decrease the cell adhesion. And we believe that in the coming future, we can demonstrate the anti-cancer activity in the animal model. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Professor Xiao. So, thank you.
I think due to the time limit, I think we probably, if we have questions, we'll just ask them after the closed session. So now we have to conclude this session. We thank all the speakers for this session. Thank you.
Thank you to the moderators and all the speakers today for their outstanding presentations. We believe that everyone has gained a lot from today's presentation. Next, we will announce the winners of the 2-minute poster presentation. For the master students, the honorable mention award goes to Zarai Ahmad and Noveli Kuchikinati. And we now invite Professor Zhang Dongxing to present the award to the winners. So the honorable mention award goes to Zarai Ahmad and Noveli Kuchikinati. Welcome on the stage. And the third prize goes to Amina Nisa. prize goes to Sadia Ali. And the first prize goes to Ismail Paromi. Let's take a group photo together.
Yes, please invite your advisor to come to the stage together. Professor Linda. Okay.
Congratulations to the award winner. And for the doctoral students, the honorable mention award goes to Li Xinhua and You Wanru. And the third prize goes to Lin Wenying. The second prize goes to Chuang Pen. And the first prize goes to Lin Yu Yan. And we invite the advisors on the stage to take a group photo. And we invite all the award-winning masters and doctoral students along with their advisors to come on the stage for a group photo. All the masters and doctoral students. Congratulations again to the award-winning senior students. And now please welcome Professor Zhang Zhongxing to deliver the closing speech.
This time, the Tsuji and the Academia Sinica combined biomedicine conference will be closed now. And this time we have 1.5 days, and the program is rich for many kind of different issues. I wish everyone will enjoy this conference. And after so many wonderful talks and the students' efforts and the advisors' support, everyone will have a lot of knowledge and the stimulation for our mind and the brain. And then we will support the banquet. We need good food for the stomach. So the banquet will be held in Tongxingyuan. Yeah, Tongxingyuan. So
We start at 6.
Yeah, 6. Yeah. So right now we have some free time, and then we gathered in the Tongxingyuan banquet. Yeah, thank you everyone. Yeah.
Thanks, Professor Zhang Zhongxing, for the closing speech. And this concludes our seminar for today. Thank you all for your participation. Your presence and engagement have truly made this event a success. Before you leave, please remember to take your personal belongings with you. Thank you once again, and we look forward to see you at future events. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Don't forget to get to the Tongxingyuan restaurant at 6 p.m.